Hello everyone and welcome at the last round of UzChess Cup 2025 here in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. I'm Katy, this is Shahzad, and we are going to take you through to the final day of the tournament. Today we will know the champions in all four tournaments that we are having: Masters, Challengers, Futures and Open tournament. Let's take a look at the standing and check out who is a leader in the Master segment.
So in the Master segment, we have Abdusattorov Nodirbek, a sole leader with 5.5 points, followed by his countrymate Sindarov Vachier with 5 points. The interesting fact is they are both playing with white colors today, yeah?
Yeah, last round with white pieces would be in favor of these players indeed.
The third and fourth place are followed by Praggnanandhaa and Erigaisi Arjun with 4.5 points each. And after yesterday's victory, Praggnanandhaa got his place on the top three with 4.5 points. And we have three players right in the middle of the table with Maghsoodloo Parham, Nodirbek, and Richard Rapport.
Going to the challengers, we have also a sole leader, and this is Nicholas Theodorou, who is leading the tournament throughout the event, then followed up by two players, Minov Muhyiddin and Sivuk Vitali, followed by the Futures tournament. Then we do have cheerleaders, first, second places, Evgeny Alexeyev and Atabayev Saparmirat with 5 pieces. This is the standings for today, and we are expecting to have exciting games as we had already through this tournament. Let's take a look at the playing venue. It is a morning round. We might be missing some of the players. We might already have some of them just coming and starting the game. So we can see that most of the players have made it. It is 11 a.m. local time in Tashkent, and we are having early round, as it will be also the closing ceremony today later at 6 p.m. Well, the game that is very important for the standings is Richard Rapport, and it is Abdusattorov Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa, because Abdusattorov is half a point ahead of Sindarov, and this is the game that we're going to take a very close look. Another game we're going to be observing a lot is Parham and Sindarov. Yes, those two games.
So the players are already on the board, and they even made a couple of moves. So let's quickly check the opening between Abdusattorov Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa. And we can see we have Sicilian opening. So e4, c5, knight f3, and e6 variation. So this opening is likely to go to the Najdorf already, and after knight e6, knight e3, knight f6, and here we see bishop f4 move, and after pawn d6, there is an interesting decision by Nodirbek Abdusattorov going to bishop to b5, pinning the knight, and going after knight e6, and the move that Pragg is likely to make is either between queen d7, maintaining the main line, or going to bishop d7 as well.
Yeah, very interesting start of the tournament. Usually we don't see the bishop on f4 in these positions. Bishop either goes on g5 to pin the knight or goes on a3. But from f4 square, the bishop is targeting the pawn on d6. Black has also this little funny fork with e5 to win the piece, but at this moment is not working because white is targeting the knight and on c6, as we mentioned, and black basically has a few options to be played, and perhaps we're gonna see this next move played by Pragg pretty soon. But he's taking his time, right?
Yeah, he's considering the choices between queen c7 or bishop to d7, which one would be ideal to his future plans, where he's going to place the pieces. As we know, the usual place for bishop in this variation after a6, b5 to just go into bishop to b7. So in the meantime, let's have a look at our second board. We have Shamsuddin Vokhidov playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the interesting fact is, more or less, they had a similar opening. Because e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and d4 takes, knight to d4. And pretty much it was the same opening. And here, in Abdusattorov games, we have seen bishop f4 move. But in Shamsuddin's games against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he decided to go for knight takes c6 exchange and takes, and go for e5, kick the knight from f6, and after knight d5, knight to e4. So yeah, pretty much decent opening for both sides so far, stable moves. And I would say in both boards so far, first and second board, we're gonna see quite a dynamic game, considering they both went for quite a dynamic openings.
Yeah, this game can be followed by queen to c7, hitting the pawn on e5, and inviting white to play f4, which after queen will go, maybe you can just make the moves on the board to, yeah, f4, queen goes on b6, controlling the long diagonal, and now black's idea is to play bishop to a6 to trade also the bishops from the board, and just to play against white's exposed king.
And black decided to go for queen to c7 after not a long consideration, just he took 3 minutes to make his move, and f4 is on the board. And what we see? We see rook to b8.
Okay, that's very interesting move. Rook to b8 is not that as popular as queen to b6 move here. And it is actually very interesting idea.
Computer is mentioning it as a mistake. So
bishop d3.
Yeah. Okay. Quite a natural steady move. But there was, it turns out, the interesting line we had with white is kicking the knight with c4. But there is, of course, bishop b4 check, making your king uncomfortable. And the problem is you cannot block much. If you block with your bishop, you're going to lose f4 pawn because bishop is pinned and you cannot take f4 knight. And of course, if knight goes back, you just block your knight and you're losing pawn again. So the line that wasn't interesting is to go to king e2, and obviously Shamsuddin Vokhidov decided not to go for,
but it's actually, I have seen this position so many times with king to e2. At very high level, people are playing this. It looks so strange, but we can also see that Arjun supports this line, and white can actually has no problems with this king at this point, and has some future to get this king even on f3 later on to get the bishop on d3, and then g3, king goes back on g2, and that's how the king finds the place here. And white plays happily here in this position on the dark squares. c4 hasn't been played. White actually kept the pawn on c2. In case of check, white will block the check with the c3 pawn. So here white's intentions are to castle on the short side, and then to play that c4 later on when the king is at the safer spot.
Yep. And in the meantime, we can have a look at our third board. Vachier Sindarov playing against Parham Maghsoodloo. And we see a quite interesting Italian game so far. Yeah, so far they are both in the theory. And we see interesting move by Javakhir Sindarov that's going knight to d2. But let's have a look to the opening. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5. And we have t3, knight f6, and d4 by Javakhir Sindarov. Takes, bishop b4, check. The two lines goes, actually three lines goes, is knight to c3, bishop to d2, and knight b d2. But how common is it, like knight b d2? Is it the third best? Because I think knight c3 and bishop d2 are comparatively more popular.
Let me check that. What we have over here. So basically bishop d2 is the main line here. And then next popular lines are knight c3 and knight to b2. Yeah.
So knight b d2 is the third popular line, and it does give the pawn away as well. Yeah. Similar to knight to c3. But white's idea is to go aggressive as fast as possible, just giving away the pawn, castle, knight takes d2, and there is rook e1 check.
Yeah.
Making
not
black
easy to
uncomfortable.
not easy to play a position with king going on f8. Then white will get the knight back, followed with d5, and together with all these pieces that are developed, white has very good compensation.
Yes. And Parham Maghsoodloo is thinking, he's probably, as we see, he's looking, around. He's trying to remember the opening. He's trying to remember the moves, how to exactly neutralize white's aggression.
Do you think that we might have some few fast draws now in the last round?
Let's have a look at the board, but considering the first three boards, I wouldn't say so, All three boards are going quite dynamic, so they would go a bit deep. But maybe on the fourth or fifth board, on the fifth board, we have Arjun Erigaisi playing against Aravin. So as we know, Arjun has some chances. He has 4.5 points, and he is just kind of behind the leaders. Although until this round, he had no defeat, but unfortunately yesterday against Pragg, he received his first defeat with black colors. And today's victory still kind of gets him to the top three. And I would say maybe he would try to push for the win. And considering he's playing with white, he might go for a win as well. So far we have seen those four boards, and in those four boards, the likelihood of quick draw happening is really, really little. So yeah, I would consider we're gonna see some dangerous games. Even we have the last board, that is Richard Rappert playing against Nodirbek Yakuboyev. Although the game looks steady, maybe, I'm not sure, on this board we might see some quick draws, but
so far until the last round, we have not seen any fast draws in this tournament, which we appreciate it very much, and we have seen most fighting. I personally saw the most fighting classical chess games ever for past few years, which is very nice. Not any fast draws so far until the last round, and the things are going in the same way as well. Richard Rappert here with white pieces. They have traded already the queens, but a lot of pieces on the board. His last move, bishop to f4, hitting the pawn on c7, and basically leaves no option for black but to long castle in this position. So then king comes to rescue the pawn on c7 and also controls a d file.
Just on time to do those actions. But let's have a look from the beginning, the opening. And on this game, we had Spanish variation, Ruy Lopez, and Richard Rappert decides to go immediate bishop takes c6. Takes and castle, and we have seen f6 by Nodirbek Yakuboyev, and we have d4 takes, pawn to c5, knight to b3, and that's where queens got out of the board. And right now, after bishop d7, quite much the plan was long castle, no matter what white does. So after bishop f4, we can expect Nodirbek Yakuboyev just going with a long castle. And there would be some trades, and maybe my prediction is this game is heading for a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll just play out a little bit, and they will see if there is any chances in this position, because now white can after castle, white can play knight to c3. And this knight is going towards d5 square, and black still has to make some decisions how to relocate the pieces, right? Because the bishop has one square on e7, and knight also has one good square on e7, and black has to just find out the way how to develop the king side pieces.
Yes, but at the same time, he can take time because the game looks relatively stable and calm. So yeah, there isn't any kind of fast aggressive moves on the board yet. Yeah, on the good side, black has bishop pair, but on the bad side, he is lacking development and he has double pawns on the c file, although this isn't that much of a weakness. Yeah, the problem, the issue that black has to figure out is how to get his pieces out effectively in the next 5 to 10 moves.
Followed to the let's follow the game of the Arjun and Aravin to check out how the pawn ended up on c6.
Wow, that's quite nice.
So early, we need to go to the opening.
So e4, e5, knight f3, knight e6, and we see Scotch. takes, knight f6, and knight takes, c6 takes, and queen to e2 variation. Okay, d5, he takes d5, bishop e7. Yeah, quite strong moves, but I guess we are still in the opening lines. But is d5, you know, how common is d5 move? Because I used to play this opening, but it was mainly playing that rook b8 move. It wasn't necessarily pushing pawn to d5. Wow.
Yeah, the pawn can stand on d6 instead, and then
or queen e7.
now the pawn goes on c5. d5 is not the most played move in this line, and Aravin just played it.
d5 is it in top 3 or is it even in the top 5 moves, you know?
The database that I have, it's online database, and it's not there.
Not there even.
Yeah, it's not there. Top moves are queen to e7, d6, bishop to c5, bishop to b4, a5, and then bishop e7, obviously, to develop this bishop, and then d5. But yeah, it has been played in several moves. d5, just
giving
sacrificing the. This is very interesting because you're giving up the pawn with the discovery check. You have to play next move bishop d7, and d takes c6. Castle has happened, and it is the perhaps black's preparation that he wanted to provoke white's pieces, and now we can see that white's king is still in the center, queen is just standing in front, bishop b4 has been placed to pin the knight. Next move will be rook to e8 to also pin the queen, get the bishop on e3, and then to try to play some moves like knight d5, queen to f6 to build up some serious play on the c3. And we see queen to d3 from Arjun. He did not really thought too much to play this move.
Arjun is not even worried, you know. It seems like he's like well prepared. Even looking at the time, his time is not even below 1 hour and 30 minutes. It's right now.
He was ready for this.
Yes, he is ready, and he's responding quite fast to the moves, you know, taking a couple of seconds. Yeah.
Offering a queen trade, obviously to trade the queens would reduce the tension on the board, and it will be much better for white's king. But you also have this opportunity to triple the pawns on the c file.
Yes.
So that's what now Aravin should consider. Maybe first to take the queen,
Queen to
and
d8.
yeah. takes and take the pawn on c3.
Yes, tripling the pawn. And the interesting thing is, white has 2 extra pawns, but both extra pawns are on the same file. But the good news is, but this position still looks way better for white, considering he still holds 2 bishops. And yeah, the earlier fact is that he's up 2 pawns, and that his c6 pawn can come quite dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, the interesting line that Arjun is suggesting here is knight to e4, sacrificing a piece on e4. If you take the queen e4, then rook e8 wins the queen, and white has very bad position. So instead of that, white has to go queen to d8.
Exchanging queens, and then going to bishop d3. And if knight c3, there is a, instead of responding take where you end up losing after this fork, white can do a smart move of pawn to a3, hitting the bishop. If knight moves away, you take the bishop, a takes b4. And if bishop moves away, let's say to a5, we know before your attack is kind of on the knight ended, but there is another ideal move white can make, which would be bishop to d2, skewering knight and a bishop. If knight moves away, still you can capture the bishop. Otherwise, you can capture the knight on c6.
A3 is a very important move, because if you do bishop d2 right away and play bishop d2, then this knight has d5 square,
d5.
and the knight supports the bishop. So that's why a3, you kick this bishop on a5, and then knight cannot support the piece anymore. So after queen to d3, we are expecting Aravin to play knight to e4. This should be the follow-up of this sequence of the sacrifice. Another move he can play is queen to e7.
Queen to e7.
Give the check, and after bishop to b2, you can now take first the knight on c3, queen takes on c3, and then bishop to a6 to pin the bishop on e2.
Yes, this line looks quite aggressive from black side. And the way you can protect this is, there is bishop e3 move, but beside that you can go and offer queen trade with queen e3. You're threatening both the queen and the bishop. And what black can do is, black really can avoid the queen trade with just moving away, because bishop a6 is still really, really bad. And white comes with the rook and pins the queen to the king and wins the piece. So that's why white has to be careful the whole time. And the only move that makes sense here, which would be strategically holding position, holding the defense very well, would be again going after the queen and offering queen trade. Because any pin comes, you have a backup, the bishop, to block the rook. So yeah, takes. If rook comes, you have the backup bishop to block its path. Oh, but this line looks quite interesting, because as I see from this game, after takes, knight g4, let's say any rook move, takes. Look at white's pawn structure. Double pawns, an isolated pawn. Well, but he's up 2 pawns, you know. But,
yeah, rook e6 takes c6 pawn right away, but white will still have another extra pawn. All right, very interesting. Here Aravin has to come up with some interesting follow-up of his plan. The game of on the second board actually gets very interesting. We can take a look at this position.
So after bishop d3 move, there was pawn to c5. And since pawn c5 is blocking the bishop on f8, not to the bishop b4 anymore, white went confidently and made the move pawn c4 on the board. So we have seen knight to b4 hitting the bishop, but white just ignored and continued with his development castle. And we have seen knight capturing d3, queen capturing d3, bishop to b7. So far, black has bishop pair. He's developing nicely, but he has to be careful on the d file, because his d7 is backwards and his d6 is the target for white to get into.
Yep, we actually have a bit slow start of the round as the players have this morning round, not so easy. We talked about that the other day, and we can repeat that when you have 8 rounds starting at 3 p.m., then your body, your brain starts to work at that time. So it will be, I think, a warm up first half an hour for the players. So that's why we might have a bit slow start, but we do have time to see the challengers games, and let's take a look what is the picture in that tournament.
So on the first board we have Gulrukhbegim Tokhirjanova against Andrew Han. And the thing that surprised me is Gulrukhbegim's time right now. It is 1 hour and 7 minutes. It's almost 20 minutes less compared to Andrew Han's game, and we are only on move number 5. Okay, what got her surprised is after e4, Andrew Han decided to go for knight to c6. Wow,
Oh, wow.
Look at that. So we have pawn to d4, and we have d5. That's a bit of transformation to Scandinavian game. Yes, she decided to take, queen takes, knight to f3, bishop going to g4, and after knight c3, queen going to h5, pinning the knight. And yeah, indirectly hitting d4. Because if black takes, white takes, there is queen exchange, and then pawn is dropping. Or otherwise, what is white is risking is to get doubled pawns and double isolated pawn. White is considering to go aggressive with pawn to d5 move, hitting the knight. But the thing she is probably calculating is what if long castle, because there is a response that pins the pawn on which white cannot take the knight. So, and which means black can just rest his knight on c6 while being still under attack, unless white decides to move away her queen out of the pin.
The interesting is the time situation in this game, right? Look at Andrew Hung's time management. It's pretty nice. He has 20 minutes advantage on the clock.
Yeah, he is feeling comfortable on this game. He seemingly knows how to coordinate his pieces, how to develop, and how to counterplay on this game. Yeah.
Let's go to the game of Ivanchuk, because they had very interesting opening, and we can see that he's walking today a lot, and their queens are actually off the board.
So let's have a look from the beginning. We have seen Petrov, knight f3, knight f6, takes d6, quite much the main variation. c4, c6, rook e1, and we had bishop f5, queen b3, queen to d7. Both players were playing fast so far, and here Ivanchuk took his time and decided to go for queen to b3, hitting the pawn on b7. After queen d7, we have seen knight to c3. We have seen quite an exchanges, and yeah, quite nice. So after knight takes c3, Ivanchuk decided for bishop f5 takes, and instead of capturing the knight, he goes after the rook. Because if the knight saves, right now going back to knight e4, which was one of the dangerous lines Suyarov, Mohammad Zohid could have gone to after takes, queen going back to d7. The threat is you want to open up the knight and then get the queen, trapped queen. But of course, white's way of saving this game would be that his pawn on c4 being on time and being there, that he can take the pawn on d5. And after cd5, however, white should be still careful, because
thought you were about to blunder queen d5.
Yes.
Everyone's favorite
yes.
trap.
The queen d5, there is still bishop h2 check, on which white can lose the queen. And the way White would save his queen is rook capturing e4. And knight a6 is not now possible because, I was thinking, okay, materially already white equalized. I was thinking the queen is on c7, where you can block it, but the queen is on d7, there is no blocking ability. But you can give up your queen. After takes, you still got material advantage, 2 rooks and a pawn for a queen. So that was one of the line that could have unfolded if Suyarov Muhammad Zohid went for knight e4 line and gave up his rook. Instead, he went for another variation, queen to d7, which makes queen to a8 immediately a big blunder after knight going, just saving this knight. Knight a6 is quite much of a threat. And in the earlier line, we considered that takes move, and there was rook takes e4, on which queen can come back to the game. But right now, there is no way to give up that rook, or there is no way to bring back the queen into the game. And as we said, that queen d5 is just a blunder. Yeah. So that's why queen a8 was not ideal choice. And here Ivanchuk decided to go for the queen exchange and another in-between move, pushing pawn to c5 instead of capturing the knight. Capturing the knight would lead to d takes c4, quite an equal game. With c5, he's stirring the pot for more, exciting ideas. And yeah, here.
Yeah, black can play knight e4 here to take the pawn on the way. And after taking.
He's playing with backwards pawn.
Yeah, and also white has some chances to get the rook on e7, to get the bishop on f4. Rook gets on c1 later on. Another knight will get on e5. And white might have just a slightly pleasant position here.
Yes. And black is considering not to go on this line. That's why he's considering to go slightly different on this moment. Other moves that black can probably do is give up the bishop in a smart way with either bishop takes c5 or bishop takes h2. Bishop takes h2 is particularly interesting because after king h2, knight e4 is coming with a force that is threatening f2 pawn. So that's why if bishop h2, it would be more ideal to take back with the knight, but that's making the piece a little bit away from the center game. But we can see this line unfolding. Yeah, that's how black maintaining the game, because now his c6 pawn is totally safe because c5 pawn is still on the board. It's blocking. But white has the bishop, so that would be his edge in the game.
Yeah, we might have the end game coming up here in this match very soon. And the final game on the 5th board, we do have Ma Kun against the leader, Nicolas Theodorou, who actually is and has been a leader for for the last rounds. Let's see how he's doing in this position.
The position, he sacrificed the pawn, but he got some momentum at this moment, and he is likely to go with bishop to d6 at this moment, hitting white's knight. And there is a chance he can get bishop pair right immediately as well for the lost pawn. Yeah. But the question is, when did he decide to give up the pawn? Let's have a look from the beginning. And we have seen Spanish game, and on Spanish game, Theodorou decided to go for knight ge7 move. That's quite rare, yeah, to go knight e7.
Sure. So the idea is that when black will kick his bishop back, we very often see bishop takes c6 move, and black wants to have the knight instead of doubling the pawns and to support the pawn on e5. That's the idea. And if this is not going to happen, then sometimes you play d5, and the knight also supports the pawn in the center.
Yeah. So Ma Kun decided to go for just a safe knight c3 variation, on which we have seen knight to d4. Wow, that's quite interesting. And then that's where he decided to give up the pawn on e5 and get aggressive game. Wow. And looking at his time, I'm not sure it was something within his preparation or preparation of either side. Right now, both sides has thought quite a while, and Makun has 1 hour and 12 minutes, while Nicholas Theodorou have 1 hour and 16 minutes on the clock, quite kind of close. So we have seen bishop to e2, striking the center with pawn to d5, and we have seen castle. So it turns out castle was a little mistake, but we have to figure out exactly why. There were other moves, just what is the difference between take, and castle? Take, let's say, take and castle, and just castle itself. The first thing is, of course, Nicholas Theodorou made that knight to g6 move, which is allowing his bishop to get out fast. And here, Makun went for pawn f4 move, but what if he just decided to exchange? The problem is Nicholas Theodorou going fast and attacking white's king side. And if you move pawn h3, he is ready to even involve the bishop into the game. And after bishop d6, practically every single piece is pointing on white's king. So it looks so dangerous, so wild. So that's why Makun decided to just keep the game stable and go pawn to f4. After bishop d6, he is threatening to take the knight right now, but the interesting thing is knight takes g6, it still doesn't look that good, because after h takes g6, queen h4 is in the game. And if you intend to stop that queen g4 with pawn to g3, the king has still a weakness along this diagonal. That bishop c5, brilliant move, gets black very aggressive. There is bishop h3 is coming next move as well. Pretty much uncomfortable for white. So black is right now taking his time to evaluate the move between bishop d6 and bishop c5. Bishop c5 itself looks aggressive as well, but there is no g3 move, so which means it is not as aggressive as bishop d6, and then after g3 going to bishop c5.
Yeah, well, bishop c5 actually creates the immediate threat
Yes.
of discovery check. So this might be something that black might consider. Queen b6 is another move if he wants to keep the bishop on d6. You can also just bring this queen here. And yeah, bishop d6, that actually is more or less asking the knight, where are you going? If you're taking my knight, then this is a time, because I want to have semi-open h file to attack to your pieces. Very interesting game, and this is gonna be developed, I think, very fast, and we might have some nice kingside attack. And also black's king is in the center, so maybe white has to look for some plan like e takes d5 and to open up the e file, get the rook on e1, to get the bishop on b5 as well with the check. And both sides, they have their own ideas indeed. Let's get back to the Masters, and we do have quite a development in the game of Richard Rapport and Nodirbek Yakuboyev.
So there have been a couple more trades on the board. Yeah, so after long castle, so he went for knight c3, and there was bishop e6. The rooks got exchanged, and bishop got exchanged to the knight. And we have seen b6, knight e7 so far, and pawn to g3. White's pieces coordination still looks quite nice and better, and black's having double pawns is a little bit disadvantage, but the big thing is right now, again, black has to figure out is to get his piece out. But by now, I guess just knight c6, making space for bishop, and then getting the rook into the game. It's quite easy here.
Yeah, this
quite
is
natural.
one way. Another way is to play knight to g6.
G6, hitting
hit
the bishop.
Bishop d6, and then to get the rook on d8.
Yes, to play with more pieces on the board. But yeah, the one with knight c6 even offers more trades, yeah. Which means like we are likely to see endgame, and Yeah, the game is still, I would believe, more or less heading for some more exchanges and eventually to a draw, probably. But there is one thing. We have seen Richard Rapport with a hoodie again, if I'm not mistaken, today. So
Yeah, Richard Hoodie. I have not noticed it. We're gonna see probably him coming back to the board, and we can check it out. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the game of Abdusattorov and Pragg. This is the key game of the last round, as Abdusattorov is the sole leader of the event. And he is facing Praggnanandhaa. A5 has been played the last move.
yeah, Abdusattorov decided to give up his bishop pair and get opponents get some weaknesses in the opponent's camp right now. So far, c6 and d6 looks quite weak, and yeah, queen c4. If pawn c5, the just d6 would be very weak. So it's likely that Pragg would defend with rook c8, but again, white is coming with a bit more aggression and with fast moves. And one more thing is, I guess we are still in the openings for Abdusattorov because he didn't spend much time. It is just 1 hour and 25 minutes. So there are more than 20 minutes difference on the clock. And going back to this moment, Pragg thought quite much for the move pawn to e5. That's where Abdusattorov decided to go for bishop g5 and take black's knight and give up his bishop pair. Take, and then right now we have seen pawn to a5 move. And I guess that's where Abdusattorov started to think, because so far he's been doing the moves within a minute, and that's the first time he's taking slightly more time.
Yeah, we're going to see the development of this game. It is also a double-edged position. White has better active pieces. Black has some weaknesses, but Black also has the pair of bishop. So at this point, starting this tournament in 45 minutes, we have all the players in the venue. Some of them were a bit late, some of them came actually on time, but it's never easy to have the final round in the morning. But usually they are used to this kind of structure, as we are going to have the awarding ceremony too. Today we're gonna know who will win the tournament in 4 tournaments, in fact, that we are having here in Tashkent. Now we're going to take our first break, and by the time we're back, we're going to have more games more moves to cover. Not more games. We're not going to have more games. Those are the only games we have, but we're going to receive more games when we're back.
See you soon.
Here we are back. This is the final round of UzChess Cup Chess 2025. We have the sole leader of the tournament, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the local star. He's having 5.5 points. Another star, Sindarov, is having 5 points. These guys are fighting to get the title of the second edition of UzChess. In the studio, it's Katie and Shahzad, and we're analyzing the games in the Masters and in the Challengers tournament. Alongside with these two events, we have also the Futures event and Open tournament. The quick reminder, the time control is standard time control, 90 minutes for 40 moves, and after 40 moves, the players get extra 30 minutes. And of course, they do have 30 seconds increment per each move. But this is a time control in the Masters. In the Futures and Challengers, we don't have additional 30 minutes increment on the clock. As we were started the morning round, we had a bit of slow start of the games, but now we do have some of the updates, and let's start to analyze the game that we love. This is Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa.
So it turns out since we left, there haven't been a lot of moves on the board since the last position, and we have seen Abdusattorov Nodirbek deciding to go for a long castle after quite much thinking, and then after bishop e7 he went for rook hf1, defending the pawn on f2, which was stated as a mistake by our third commentator, Computer Engine. And the thing is, it's not that much clear why it's a mistake, but the primary reason is being that in a dynamic game, maybe you're taking positional safe decisions. This could be one of the big reasons of why this rook hf1 would be a mistake, because black's plan is right now just castling and going to rook fb8, maybe doubling up the rook with rook a7 and b7, hitting the pawn on b2. Yeah. So black can go quite fast in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, instead of this move, white could actually play rook to d2 to guard the pawn from the second rank and also to open up d1 square for another rook. This might be a slightly better choice for white. However, with rook to f1, there are some ideas connected with f4 in the future, so maybe Nodirbek Abdusattorov is keeping the eye on this idea as well. We should mention that the time difference on the clock is there. Nodirbek Abdusattorov seemed to be prepared for this opening, and he spent quite some time for long castle. He spent almost 20 minutes for long castle, so maybe he made this decision on the board to castle on the long side. And the final move that Pragg played is short castle, so we're gonna have and we have actually the next move, g3.
Oh, g3.
This is exactly what we mentioned. Rook f1 was not only guarding the pawn, but he is also willing to play f4 next move.
Yes, and at this moment when long castle happened, one move caught my attention, and if that move was played, maybe the game would have headed for a draw. And that move is knight to d5, because the bishop is pinned. Taking doesn't seem to be ideal, but at the same time, other choices, black simply doesn't have other choices, because his bishops and a queen would be under double attack. If queen goes to g5, attacking the king, there is an f4 move. After e takes f4, white goes quite forced, and then takes d6, goes pretty much forced. So ideal decision after knight d5 would be c takes d5, bishop d7, and then black had a move of making queen to f4 and then taking the pawn. So yeah, that was another line that could have unfolded. But on this line, white is giving up how many pawns? Just the one pawn, it turns out, but still kind of black is maintaining well that bishop e7 would be stable. But considering this is opposite colored bishop, the game would have high chances of going slowly and leading to the draw.
Yeah, maybe Abdusattorov doesn't want to like forced himself to go in the position where he has only draw, because the closest person who can catch up with him is Sindarov, and they might share first, second place, and then the tiebreaks will there will be tiebreaks actually. So maybe he just wants to win this tournament clearly without the tiebreaks.
Yes. I notice right now one big thing in the game of Shamsin Vokhidov and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That's what I want to actually take you, and you will not believe what has happened there. Just go 2 moves back, only 2 moves back.
No way. No. Was it a miss by Nepomniachtchi? He missed opposite move? Or was it within his plan?
I don't know what happened. He played d5, which is a blunder, and white just took the pawn, and it's extra pawn on d6.
Yes, but okay, black is
You can
intending.
play rook to d8.
Yes.
But then white goes with bishop to g2 here.
I guess your plan is
He wants to play bishop, yeah. Well, let's say bishop takes on d6. You take the bishop back. I go for queen g3 first.
3,
You
if
hit this
castle, bishop.
Bishop to c3.
Yeah.
And you can't.
Protect that pawn.
You
much.
can't.
Yeah. So the other ways to protect would be simply not doing castle anymore, which looks bad as well. No, wait a second. Did he miss? Did he miss really opposite? Or was it really hard to make at this position? Sometimes we know when you're defending, when you're quite in a kind of closed game, it's not easy to make a decision. So probably Nepo did calculate bishop e7 move. He saw some f5 coming. That's dangerous, followed by f6.
He actually thought
If takes, there is
10 minutes for
check.
d5.
Yeah, maybe he
And
was...
next move, 11 minutes. So he
next move, 11 moves.
11 minutes, yes.
Oh, that gives us some idea of that. Maybe he did miss opposite. Yeah, because when you think for 10 minutes or like 20 minutes, you are calculating all the lines, you are going in depth. It's not that you think for 10, 15 minutes and then opponent makes a move. You think another 10, 15 minutes. If you make something unexpected, something you were not considering so far, that's where you think more and more time. But it turns out this was the case. Yeah. Wow.
And we have queen to g3 on the board. Obviously the best move.
Wow. Interesting. Shamsin Vokhidov catching up to the middle of the table, then he was really with 1 point out of 4. Yeah.
Exactly, and he won yesterday. Very nice game against Parham Maghsoodloo. Also very, remember all this attacking ideas and the tactics. He seems to be a very dangerous opponent.
He had so far 2 points out of 7, only 4 draws and 3 losses, and he's getting back. Yeah.
Wow.
Also, one interesting information. Yesterday, I was talking with my brother, and he mentioned about one case scenario that Parham Maghsoodloo and he himself as well played in Title Tuesday. Blitz games, yes. No, not yesterday, on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And yes, on Tuesday. And the thing is, I was mentioning regarding Arjun's playing bullet game and classical games at the same time. Is it kind of how the he knew it? Because Arjun so far going really well, and after his bullet game, his game quality dropped a little bit on yesterday's game, and dynamically Praggnanandhaa won. I would say comparatively to other games, it was easy game for him, yesterday's victory. And it turns out Parham Maghsoodloo as well, he played on Title Tuesday Blitz games on Tuesday, and after which he had 2 losses back to back.
Oh,
whoa. So it doesn't matter if you're in Grandmaster level, you should have that superpower to handling 2 different time controls at once, because even Parham Maghsoodloo, even Erigaisi Arjun, being so strong and super grandmasters, once they kind of slip off with some blitz or bullet games, yeah, it is. It hurts your
is.
overall classical game.
Exactly, and you need to have enough sleep. You need to have enough rest. We had Nepomniachtchi actually waving his hat. Yeah, I think he overlooked
He realized
something.
he realized he missed. So overall, my suggestion and overall advice for viewers and everybody is, yeah, if you're playing in serious tournament, yeah, it is preferable to put blitz or bullet games aside, so it might hurt your game even. Yeah.
One event at a time.
Yes, one event at a time. And yeah, usually kind of when I even teach my students, I usually prohibit them from playing blitz games because as you're learning like the deep stuff, let's say we talked about the deep puzzles etude yesterday, but let's say you're solving that kind of position in blitz or bullet time control, you're not making decision with deep thinking. Yeah, you're making more by intuition, more naturally rather than logically. You know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'll reach there to play the blitz at the high level, and that's when you have to take it more seriously because this is online chess. Also, fast chess is so important, and brings a lot of excitement as well. But you need to reach that level, and here we see that. But also here we have to be honest. Compared to the other tournaments, these guys are giving their 100%.
Yes, exactly.
Because the tournaments that we have seen, it's very often draw in 10 moves. We have not seen none of the game ending in 10 moves or 15 or in
20.
any 20 moves without a fight. So they have put it all in this event, which is amazing to see. And yeah, probably the last round is more and more visible. So second board, yeah, Nepomniachtchi has castled, and we suggested move bishop to c3 to be played.
It's almost
to attack the pawn on g6. You can play g6 because knight f6, and then we have discovery check. If you play f6, then I'll take f6 that away. So only move that you can play there is e5, and there's a little line there, a funny line that maybe you can see.
Takes bishop going back, or is there any other ideas instead of moving with the bishop away? I guess you gotta move the bishop away somewhere, probably to b8. Still kind of looking after e5 pawn.
Yeah, you're gonna go bishop to b8 or c7, and white can actually just play in this position any move, but there's knight d6, quite strong move, or knight f6 check.
Quite strong, yeah. Knight f6 temporarily gives a check, yeah. And no, the thing is, the idea with knight f6 check turns out after king h8, you want to go for queen h4, wow. Because you're letting that knight be taken, and after take you have that e6 move, checkmating the king.
So, yeah, this might be the result of the early rounds. Let's go to the game of Arjun, Erigaisi, and Aravin, because there's a traffic on c-file, and we have to take a look at that.
Every single piece. Okay, if I put rook on c1, that would be the perfection, you know? The goal is to get every single piece on c5, on c-file. So yeah, this game looks quite dynamic, quite harsh. The funny fact is, as Sindarov and Yakupov's game yesterday, the engine is just staying away.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I am saying...
Look at how many pieces are hanging. The bishop is hanging, bishop on c3, queen on e7, knight on d5 is there, bishop on e2.
Yeah. Wow. So, and yeah, we have this c-file, every single piece, almost except c1. How did we reach to this position? So Aravin decided to go for queen e7. We have seen bishop to e2 move and rook to e8, hitting bishop on e2 and intending to play bishop takes c3. And you cannot move castle because king is one of the defender of the bishop. Once you remove it, you're gonna drop your bishop. So we have seen bishop e3, rook to d8, queen to c4. And both of the sides making quite strong moves. And then knight to d5, hitting the bishop, and castle on time. After bishop c3, black is intending to play knight e3 next move after b takes e3. But we have seen bishop to c5, hitting black's queen. Whoa, quite harsh and quite dynamic. Aravin has a choice of moving his queen away either to e5 or g5. After which, e5 looks to me more natural because after takes you can just take back. Yeah. Hitting this bishop in a forced way, moving your bishop out in a forced way as well. Queen e5 would be going after the pawn, that one of the pawn he lost. Yeah. Queen g5 has an interesting idea as well. After b takes c3, you're going after the king to g2. Yeah. And of course, we would see probably some defenses with bishop f3. This looks quite dangerous, but I guess there is even knight takes g2 move. If you intend to take, I'm going with bishop to h3.
Aravin just made the move, and this is queen to g5.
So he's going dynamic. He is going after the g2 square. Yeah. So we have seen really fast.
Arjun goes with h4 here.
And he's playing really fast. You know, like we're close to have a 1 hour difference even in the clock. Yeah. He's playing quite fast, and he's ready against opponent's moves. And no, there is no way it's his opening preparation, you know. Is it?
I don't know. He has 1 hour and 20 minutes, and he walks. He has seen this position, obviously. It's clear.
So main goal of h4 is kicking the queen out of g file so that the g2 pawn becomes safe, but at the same time it comes at the cost of risking the h4 pawn itself, being away from the other pawns and being a bit exposed to black's attack. So here Aravin can go back and then just go take pawn, as we have said earlier, on queen e5 line. So the good thing what happened is that pawn played on h4 became the weakness by itself. So yeah, sometimes you can force your opponent to make certain move, which creates a weakness on the camp. It seems like losing a tempo, but the thing is that weakness becomes your goal over time.
Yep, and Aravin now will probably move the queen on f6. This is the best suitable square for this queen. And he'll take the pawn as we're suggesting. The game between Sindarov and Parham is progressing, and they are trading a lot of pieces.
Whoa, yeah. It seems like it. The game is, I feel like white is looking better because of bishop against that knight. But the knight has quite a stable square on d5 in a couple of moves. So we can say at this moment, white looks better, but black is pretty much neutralizing and defending and preparing for counterattack in just 2 moves. The c6 and knight going to d5. But let's have a look, how did we reach on to this position. So we have seen knight to d2 line, and on which Parham decided to go for d5 and forcing white to have isolated pawn. After e takes d5, knight takes d5, we had a castle, pawn to a3. Okay, that's where he decided to cube up the bishop for the knight. And white had a bishop pair, but it wasn't for long, because after bishop e6, black traded one of the bishops, leaving just the position bishop against knight. But that was an interesting decision. Parham decided to have isolated pawn himself as well. On the first side, that e6 pawn looks so weak, and after bishop c3 we could have seen some longer game where white would have played against that e6 pawn, Instead, Sindarov went for much more kind of forced and clear line, which is queen to e2, which triggered a couple of exchanges. And after bishop f7, we have seen bishop c3. After queen d7, we have seen queen to e4. Okay, Sindarov gets out of his chair, and there is no one on the board.
His last move is queen e4.
Yes. Not exchanging queens. There was an option of exchanging queens, but that would give black the nice file, and he's just on time. And if rook a d1, there is rook a d8. Okay, queen to e4. Okay,
Pawn on b7 is hanging, so this plan actually, what you were suggesting, c695 is more.
Parham made the move.
Is it c6?
We didn't receive the move on the board yet. So, I haven't seen Parham also kind of shaking his legs.
C6 is the board on the board.
C6.
Yeah, I see the.
It's at c6. The intending knight reaching to d5, and there is probably black's plan is to do something on the f file. But the knight on d5 looks so stable as well. Yeah.
You know what white will do here? White will play rook to d1, and after knight to d5, then white will go queen d4. And you cannot develop your rook on from a8 because pawn on a7 is hanging.
Yes.
And when you push one of these pawns, then it will create some kind of weakness on that side.
Yes.
But this is very little thing.
Yes, but I'm kind of, since the knight is on d5, more or less I'm thinking of maybe taking that. But the queen is under the pin after queen d4, rook d1 moves. Maybe just queen moving away would immediately threaten the knight c3 on that variation.
Wait, what was the capture?
So there was a capture?
Yeah, let's have a full screen of the Sindarov and.
So let's see.
c6 happened.
c6, okay.
Rook to d1.
Okay, one of the rooks are
Queen
out of the
f5.
board. Rook a d1, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just a sec. So we are refreshing the board. Thank you. So, okay, queen to e4, pawn to c6, rook a d1, queen to f5, yeah?
Yes, queen takes, rook takes, and rook e1.
Oh yeah, white is intending to go to rook to e7, doubling up. But I wonder if just knight d5 stops every white threat. It's blocking the rook to get to d7. It is covering the e7 square.
And Parham just made it.
Just made knight to d5 move. Yeah, this game is slowly progressing to a draw. And while let's say if this game ends with a draw, do we have a draw on that game? And I'm not sure, considering the dynamics of the game between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Praggnanandhaa. They are playing quite dangerous game, both sides.
Yeah, look at the rook on b4 that Pragg played, going after the everything on the fourth rank.
Yes. And he is intending to bring his another rook to b8, hitting on b2 pawn. If bishop to b3, I wonder if there are plans like c5 and a4, hitting the bishop. Yeah. Or just pawn d5 as well. The thing is, knight has to look after a4 if he goes. We can make the moves. Yeah. We don't look too complex to reach what we are thinking. Yeah. So f5, rook fb8, bishop to b3, and then pawn strike on d5. If takes, now pawn goes a4. Yeah. So it's pretty much bishop is under attack. The only move is knight takes, and here black has a choice of take or pawn to c5. I was earlier considering take because it opens up bishop b5 as well. Or just c5 as well would allow this opportunity. Just here, black needs a bit more precision because knight to c3 stops that. So probably c takes d5 is still my top line, and we go here, then bishop b5, skewering the pieces, but turns out the bad thing that I don't like with c takes d5 is there is knight takes d5 move, hitting both pieces. But there are queen g5 move, and then yeah, eventually we're leading to some kind of opposite colored bishop game, but it looks like white is maintaining quite well. But yeah, there are some kind of d5 ideas still on the board. So Pragg is kind of maintaining this game really, really well right now. And he would be the one that that would attack Black's king. It looked double-edged, but earlier...
White king?
Yes, White's king. Earlier we had that rook hf1 move, and now we can feel why that rook hf1 was a mistake. Yeah. It was slow, you know, just the point is.
But also the idea of g3 f4, you basically don't have this attack, the powerful attack on the king side. So you're opening up the structure against pair of bishop.
Yeah.
It is very ambitious, obviously, but maybe Abdusattorov has to keep the eye on the other game as well, Sindarov against Parham, because they might end in a draw very soon. You guys, we're taking now a short break and we'll be back soon with more updates. And we are back here. This is UzChess Cup 2025. We have the final round, and we do have already the result. Sindarov against Parham ended in a draw. And let's take a look what was the end of this game.
So we left off the moment where queens got traded off the board and rook f1 and knight to d5. It turns out they transformed to the rook endgame pretty much after the next move. After f3, knight takes, pawn takes. And the game went for a draw. There was rook af8. And white tried to get into the 7th rank, but black, of course, fought back. And there was a repetition of these moves. So pretty much fast draw. Yeah.
That makes a center of 5.5 now. Equal to Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and we have to check out how Nodirbek Abdusattorov is doing against Pragg.
Okay, we had queen a6 mistake followed by e takes f4 mistake, but those mistakes doesn't look like a mistake. So here in the game of Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa, the game is holding its dynamic behavior, and yeah, e takes f4. What is Pragg is doing is opening up his queen to hit on c3 and b2 and the king. If g takes f4 right now happens, he's intending to play rook fb8, and after which this pawn probably would be saved with bishop to b3, and he's trying to push that a4 move.
What if white gets rid of this a pawn and
with
takes
knight takes a?
No, instead of taking on g4 f4, queen can also take the pawn on
a5. Yes, so that would be a comparatively better choice rather than going to take this pawn. But black's idea is still clear. It's nothing to kind of worry about. It's like clear. You want to go after the king. You want to go after the b2 pawn with rook fb8. But the good thing is, since white didn't take the pawn with the pawn, he has a chance to take it with a rook right now. And in the meantime, do some counterattack actions. When queen moves away to g6, there is queen to a7. You're going after those pieces, and it's of course quite wild position and wild game, because here black can just go back and hit those pieces again. And here you go back to queen all the way down, or even you can kind of park it on e3 as well. What's your plan? Your plan is you're letting go that b2 pawn. The fact is you are putting a cage for the rook to get into, on which you want to block with bishop.
Yeah. This looks quite nice defensive idea for white to know that you have this kind of backup after black goes for b2 pawn is quite nice.
So we have seen e takes f4, and Nodirbek has also kind of considering maybe to take on c6 or kicking the rook first. He has quite several candidate moves on the board right now, and he is considering them one by one, because c6, if you capture c6, it also gives the opportunity to get to d5 square, but of course he has to be very careful to reach that. Yeah, but it opens up c and b file quite widely for black to attack. Yeah. But yeah, this game still kind of makes sense, because with queen on c6, he would be protecting the knight. If rook fb8 comes on the board, hitting on b2, you have a chance to play b3, and your knight is protected. And next move, I guess you're ready to go for knight to d5. But although, do we have anything? Check. He just moves away. Rook d4 check. He just moves away, and no, he's safe. Yeah, he is gonna be safe. Yeah. So I guess if Nodirbek knew that Sindarov's and Parham's games would end in a draw, he wouldn't have gone so wild.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so too. But yeah, he cannot take the.
He played for the win, right now.
Yeah.
He went into double-edged position. He could have gone stable position. He's playing with white,
Yeah.
you know. He could have held stable position and
Yeah,
gone
it's
for the
not
draw.
something that he's worse or bad. He just allow Pragg to have a very nice counterplay with black pieces.
Yes.
Another game also ended on in a draw.
yeah.
Richard Droppard and Nodirbek Yakuboyev.
Yeah. So yeah, and yeah, I was expecting the game to finish on this way actually, and it turned out to be very much exactly the same. And that was that was a kind of smart way of giving up the pawn, with pushing pawn to c4 in the game. After knight takes c4, there was bishop b4, and after which Richard Rapper decided to give up the pawn as well, and they had a rook endgame, quite much of a repetition, but there is nothing to play as well. So he ended up the game in a draw.
Yeah, and the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vokhidov is still in progress. This game was very interesting after the en passant accident.
Yes.
And let's see how Jan Nepomniachtchi played against bishop c3, the final move that we actually saw.
So he went for e5. After taking f takes e5, he went for bishop to e7, and we did see that knight d6 move on the board. That has an idea of maneuvering to knight to f5, going after g7 square. Yeah, and we have seen g6, so knight f5 anyways, that was on the board. Queen to e6, and he decided to take because his idea is to open up his bishop. Shamsuddin is going really aggressive on white's king, and right now taking advantage of those dark squares. And Nepomniachtchi, reacting to that bishop, decided to go for f6, closing up bishop's abilities. And Shamsuddin continues the plan that is gonna be against that f6 pawn. So far we have seen rook f1, and we can expect queen h4, the rook doubling up, going after f6 square.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it's also some ideas like h4, h5 to weaken g6 pawn is out there. Maybe to put h6 and even create further danger for the king, or you can just play king to h1, h3 to make sure that there will be nothing on the back rank, and then to go for f6.
Yes. Yeah. Considering queen h4 is forced, I'm like, can black even defend f6 pawn?
Yeah, because if you take the bishop e6, then after rook to e1, or can I take
You can take right now. You have already 3 attackers on the board, and you are skewering it. But I would guess that would be black's move, which means now rook d8 is not possible, and after which you can go rook to ef2. And right now this rook is pretty much in danger. Yeah. White has quite a nice game, but he has to work a bit more to convert this game into victory. Maybe readjusting the pieces with bishop to c3 and queen going to g5 and e5, and then getting to h8. But he's up a pawn already, and the opponent's king is quite weak. He has to play carefully, and yeah, it's unbelievable that Nepo blundered opposite. He forgot that kind of move existed. Like, no, you don't expect kind of these players forgetting opposite moves. Yeah.
He just outlooked it, like just did not really pay attention, I guess.
Wow. Okay, so Shamsuddin is thinking their kind of time is relatively stable with 45 minutes for Vokhidov Shamsuddin to 49 minutes to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Okay, he goes for
queen to h4.
He goes for that move. Hitting f6 pawn right away. Yeah, if king g7, you are not protecting this pawn anyways, because although it's triple defended, one more attacker gets into the game. So yeah,
Bishop e6 happens.
yeah, and just goes bishop e6. Here, let's go off to that pawn on f6. There is not any kind of ideas of protecting that pawn, so yeah. Shamsuddin knows he's better. He's winning. He has a winning. Yeah, knows like he really missed the opposition, and right now he's trying to fight back and survive in this game.
Shamsuddin Vokhidov is a Grandmaster 23 years old. And for those who don't know, he is actually the world youth champion under 14. And also he actually had a victory over Magnus Carlsen at the World Rapid Chess Championship in 2018, where he scored 8.5 out of 15.
Do you remember that game? It was quite popular at that time, where Magnus intended to put scholar's mate e4, e5, queen to h5.
Really?
Yes.
No, I don't.
That was a game between Magnus Carlsen and Vokhidov Shamsuddin.
Really?
Yes. Magnus went for queen h5 in the second move, and then after knight c6, he went for bishop c4.
Can you show us on this board?
I mean, I have to find the game, but the moves were like,
start,
yes, e4, e5. That was queen to h5. That's
Oh,
what
wait, yeah.
Magnus played. After knight c6, that's what Magnus played. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that game.
I mean, he played relatively stable going to the middle game as well, but in the middle game, Shamsuddin tricked Magnus to get Magnus queen too aggressive. He was winning actually. Magnus was really kind of pushing for the win, but he pushed a bit too far. Yeah, that kind of led his queen to be trapped on black's camp. Yeah.
Wow.
That's where and Magnus decided to give up a piece to survive that game, and then ended up losing that game anyways. Yeah, but Magnus, the start was like he went for scholar's mate, he went for f7, and later in the game as well, he really kind of showed his class, and he was like advancing, and even that was maybe on the angel ±2 position or something, on which he kind of plundered his queen.
Oh, crazy. Wait, there is actually the game what you're talking on in the profile of the Vokhidov on the on chess.com.
Yeah.
And yeah, I remember this game.
Okay, there is.
I was probably doing commentary of it.
Yes.
Oh my God, yeah. Wow, yeah. Another interesting thing about Vokhidov is that he played in the team of Uzbekistan, the gold medalist team, in 2022 Chess Olympiad, and he scored 3.5 out of 4.
Yeah, quite a decent result. But besides that, recently in 2024 World Olympiad Games, Uzbekistan got the bronze medal, but in his board, in the fourth board, Shamsuddin Vokhidov got the gold medal.
Oh, wow.
He performed really kind of decent and well. Yeah.
Wow, that's very nice to have such a strong rock in the team, yeah?
The interesting fact is, in both years, in 2022 and 2024, Uzbekistan got the gold medal in that fourth board. Yeah, in 2022, my brother was playing there, and he performed. He had a performance rating of over 2,800. I'm not sure, maybe 2,850 or something. And he ended up getting the gold medal. And in 2024, they changed the spots, who is going to be reserved and who's going to be on board number 4. And when Shamsuddin Vokhidov played on board number 4, that's when he performed, and he got the gold medal on the board 4. So yeah.
Let's see who will be the next fourth board in the upcoming Olympiad here in Uzbekistan. Well, I think Shamsuddin would have a very funny stories to say. He won against Magnus Carlsen because Magnus started to do the scholars mate, and then he won against Nepomniachtchi because he forgot the Impassan. That's a funny story, right? He needs to convert this advantage that he has. Huge advantage.
One interesting fact is both moments came to d6 square.
Really?
Yes, Magnus lost his queen on d6.
Really?
Yes, and all of a sudden it's done on d6 right now.
Too many coincidences. Too many funny coincidences. Well, he is certainly winning in this position. Rook d7 has been played. He has extra pawn, and Black's king is quite vulnerable. Can we bring this bishop back somewhere, like, or should we?
Yeah, that's possible to bring it back. I mean, maybe he's even considering to go to d4. Bishop d4 looks quite an interesting move. You're going after c5 square, you're hitting the queen, and that's hitting on f8 as well. Let's have a look at that line. Bishop going to d4. How Black can respond to this. I guess bishop to f5 blocks everything, and if bishop takes c5, you go rook c8, and you're taking that pawn back. Thank you. So one of the candidate lines to consider, but on bishop d4, what if just takes? You know, that's kind of the line he's calculating right now. After takes. We have seen him going into theoretical position against Nodirbek, but Nodirbek defended so well, so that's why he's today, I don't know how willing he is to go for that advantage. And he just kind of makes very stable, very quiet move. Pawn to b3, defending his pawn on c4, stabilizing his pawn advantage. And besides that, it gives the opportunity to go with bishop all the way down to a1. Bishop on f6 is standing quite strong. So which means even he doesn't have to touch it. In the meantime, he can go to queen g5, hitting the c5 pawn as well. And earlier you mentioned the plan of pushing h-pawn, that queen g5 also kind of validates that idea as well.
Yeah, seems like he enjoys very much this position, as he should. And shall we take a look quickly what's happening on the board? Arjun against Aravin.
Oh yes, I had a quite wild game earlier on. And we can see some trades already on the board with less pieces on the board. So, okay, so that's where we stopped. So Aravin decided to go for queen to e5, protecting c3, and after taking back with the knight, bishop to f3, bishop e6, queen to b4. And here he decided to kick the queen back more, and knight e2 check. The game was holding quite dynamic, and here he decided to go knight d4. But come on guys, it's not easy to make right moves in a row. So far he's been making all the right moves for 20 moves, and he thought quite much. His time is right now 16 minutes. And after king h1 he went to knight to d4. The plan is pretty much clear. You're going after f3, and if queen takes, this is dropping. But I guess what he missed was white's in-between move coming into the game with rook f2 e1, queen to f5, and right now bishop takes d4. And takes h, queen going to e7. That is protecting h4 pawn. He's still pawn ahead in the game. Arjun is still pawn ahead in the game, so he's holding quite a good chance of winning this game. It's still better chance. We cannot say immediately winning, but he has a slightly more better chance of converting this game. And one interesting fact is, okay, let's see, do we have any progressions in the game of Nodirbek and Pragg? We don't have a lot of moves there. Still, both players are thinking.
Abdusattorov is actually catching up on time. He had quite a nice time advantage, but now, he actually has 33 minutes, and his opponent Pragg has around 40 minutes.
Yes. And the goal is right now, Abdusattorov has to survive this game and at least achieve a draw. Otherwise, this situation becomes so complex, you know, considering, let's say, Arjun wins the game, and here maybe Pragg ends up kind of winning the game. There would be 4 players sharing the same points, 5.5.
I know, that's crazy.
That would be just crazy. 4 players.
Yeah, we
Okay.
do have a move, and after a long thought here, Abdusattorov decided to capture the pawn on f4 with the pawn.
Wow.
So there were some better choices for him.
Yes.
To take on a5 or to take with the rook.
Or to take on c6.
Or
Yes.
to take on c6.
He went for, I don't know, to Pragg's idea move, because Pragg's idea was to open up that square. And right now, Abdusattorov, it gave away Abdusattorov a tempo and consideration. And earlier I said there is a rook at b8 move immediately. Going after b2 pawn, if bishop to b3, there is a4. He has to be careful. And if knight takes a4, he's gonna take rook takes e4. And f4 is dropping after that. The game looks quite unstable for white. And the thing is, if you try to hit the pawn so that you can take it with a knight and those moves, first of all, the rook cannot move away because you drop the pawn in a kind of queen takes a4 way. But what you can do with black is exchange that, let go of that exchange, and you can take a takes b3, takes. And the next move you can with rook takes b4, and then
Bishop b6, bishop b3.
yes, those bishops would kind of be very dangerous.
Rook to b8 is already on the board.
Yeah, quite natural, logical move. Okay, we can see Vasil Ivanchuk on the background watching the game. Just passing by.
Let's check his game while we have some time.
He's playing against
Muhammad
Muhyiddin Madaminov today. And he had a quite interesting pawn structure earlier. So let's see what happens till that game. Okay, so black decided to take bishop takes c5. So that's how black gave away the bishop. We have knight to e4, rook to c8, and rook to e2. It's highlighting as a mistake, but it looks quite natural. Maybe it would be smart to protect that pawn on c5 with pawn to b4. But there is a5 move on which you cannot defend with a3. We have to take that into consideration, because a takes b4, you are falling under the pin. However, what was interesting in this line is you can kick that knight out. If knight goes back, you can go knight f5 and go get into d6 square and go quite dynamic. But again, this all needed accurate, precise calculation, because let's say how you want to protect against knight to e7. If you move away the king, there
f8
is
maybe?
King f8 maybe, yeah. Not h8, even f8 to protect.
But now you have bishop f4, bishop d6.
Yes. So you gotta be careful. And white is advancing in a quite dynamic way. And if king to h8, there is still knight to f5. The thing is, it is just letting this pawn be unstable for a while, and in the meantime, you go with the momentum. If king h8, you go into knight to d6, hitting that, and after rook to f8, you go into b5. Again, precise calculation is needed. After c takes d5, you're protecting, you're not even taking, because you're dropping your c5 pawn.
I thought I would
Very precise calculation needed. c6 is also possible. You're gonna hit the knight, but in the meantime, you might get skewered and counterattack. So it was quite in-depth position to get that advantage, and that's why rook e2 was quite natural for him to make. After which he lost the pawn. He's down a pawn, and he went rook c2, and he's intending to get that pawn through c6 later on in the game. Probably
very important pawn
couple
actually
moves.
for white.
Yeah, he's going here and take maybe.
Yeah, and then create the pawn,
Or just
the d5 pawn as a weakness.
yes.
So yeah, it was actually a nice idea to give up this pawn to build up some play on the c file. We also have a very interesting game in between the Makun and Nicholas Theodorou. Let's take a look.
Wow.
How got this position?
So earlier on, we noticed that pawn sacrifice by black. And let's see how did we advance from there. Okay, bishop d6 was played on the board, and Makun decided to give up the pawn and go back to knight to e2, knight to f3. So we have seen knight capturing on a2, queen capturing on e2, and d4 first blocking the position. Otherwise, there are some discovery moves. But knight f4 is coming with an attack. It was quite a candidate move as well to make. So it is interesting decision by Nicholas Theodorou to go for d4 move first, kicking the knight, after which he received e5, bishop went back to e7, and then he decided to capture on f4. We have seen queen to f2, so we have seen d3 move, that is, in case of take, black is intending to take with, knight to d3, just castle and hold that bishop pretty much in a cage, I would say, because you cannot get out and push that pawn, or push that pawn and get out. The knight is guarding this square, blocking d pawn as well. So we have seen knight to e1, protecting that knight d3 from coming on the board, and he's intending to take that pawn. So Nicholas Theodorou went to knight to e2 check and queen to d5, going after e5 pawn, c takes d3, and now we see knight takes c1. Takes and bishop e6. I wonder if he's kind of planning to long castle. Yeah. He had a short castle idea, but maybe it didn't feel to him that much dynamic.
Yeah, maybe he should stick around with short castle idea,
Yes,
because long castle is
looks dangerous.
yeah, looks like you're giving some chances.
You're just getting into that wild position, and a7 it seems to be dropping as well if long castle.
Exactly. The game that has been played by Abdusattorov is quite surprising. Let's take a look at the Masters tournament. We do have Abdusattorov going e5.
Wow.
And then we're going to see the dropping of the bar on the side.
Yes. e5, the idea is he's going after d7 bishop or d6 square. But more or less, let's say if black responds with queen anywhere around g6 or f5, there is that b2 pawn still hanging. So do we have a move? We have a move that is queen.
Do you know what's the difference
f5.
here?
He just made it on the board.
Queen f5. You take the pawn on d6. I take the
rook on b2, or you're dropping a piece and
yeah, no,
this is guarded, this
bishop
is guarded.
Bishop to f6.
f6, yes.
Now I want to take the knight, right?
Yes.
Bishop b3. I go a4. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can. Take c5. You are still hitting, and playing
another
c4
thing.
as well.
If we just make a pass move after queen to f5, now the black threat is, and let's just make any pass move, like a really bad move, h4 or h3. Okay. Rook takes b2, and after bishop to b3, you will take this bishop, and c2 pawn is now a target.
Yes, it's a checkmate basically on the board. That's what Pragg's idea on the board. Wow.
So it should be here after queen to f5. Now Abdusattorov should play bishop to b3, not allow black to take the pawn on b2.
Yes, but in the meantime, when that bishop b3 is played, black has a chance to play just pawn to d5, avoiding any trades on the board. And his bishop on d7 is quite safe. There is no threat of e takes d6. And pretty much his next move is a4. It's coming on the board. Yeah. And there is just rook f4, after which e5 pawn also drops. Yeah. Well, Abdusattorov should be very, very careful on this game.
Oh boy, this might be very scary experience for him to lose the important game with white
Yes,
pieces. You don't, because he has won every single game he played with white pieces before this.
exactly.
He was very stable player, and there was one game that he lost. It was this blunder in the very end against Yakuboev. We remember rook and bishop versus rook endgame. But other than that, he had a perfect tournament.
Yes.
And then it came down here. He was very ambitious at the very beginning of this round, and he wanted to win. But in fact, draw is also enough for him to
Yes.
win the tournament.
I guess he took a little bit not an ideal risk for today. He took not an ideal risk for today. He went for that line that is quite dynamic, that's quite double-edged, and he was playing really fast, you know. And somewhere, I guess he, you know, in chess players, you kind of change the move order sometimes in the opening. You think both works the same way, or you just recall the idea and then on the move order you make that wrong move.
Yeah, can we see at the beginning when the things went wrong here for white? What was the biggest issue?
So rook hf1 earlier we mentioned that was passive, but I guess earlier before that maybe there was something he missed. So bishop f4, bishop b5, I still consider that's within his opening. He was playing those moves within a minute. And yeah, bishop a4 pretty much quick, 9 seconds. And here Pragg took 14 minutes to make pawn to e5. Bishop g5 was quite fast move. Those moves are within 30 seconds. Even queen to d3 was quite fast, within 6 seconds. And after a5, that's where he thought for long and did a long castle. So the long castle was the first inaccuracy of the game, because the alternative to that, first hitting pawn to c6 would have made that rook look after c6 pawn and be not that active as right now in the game.
Yeah, Pragg just left the board. He brought another bottle of water. He's consuming a lot of water. We have seen a funny video of Pragg holding 2 bottles simultaneously at this event. You guys, if you have not seen the videos yet, go on social medias and find UzChess and follow. You will see a lot of funny videos. And also there is a banana on the floor. He brought also, probably he didn't have breakfast, or like maybe he wants some energy resource, and there is a banana on the floor for Pragg.
Yeah.
All right, they're playing very fast these few moves, and we actually had it takes d6.
Oh, it takes d6.
Abdusattorov
Okay.
captured the pawn on d6, and he had also these several eye contacts. He was just checking how Pragg would take that. Very often players are looking to each other in the eyes to check how they react, and this kind of like evaluation of the opponents from the opponent's perspective.
You're psychologically evaluating.
Exactly, and at this point, Pragg can actually turn this position into his advantage.
Yes. And yeah, let's complete that earlier what we were analyzing, that queen c4 move, because what I can say is Abdusattorov had a chance to go quite positional and stable on this game with just short castle. Yeah. And then what you're trying to do with white is knight to d5, because of the pin, that take is not possible. Let's say bishop to e7, there is knight to d5. Hitting that queen and bishop, if you intend to take, you're just losing immediately. So that was a quite stable line which Abdusattorov could have gone into, where he would maintain slight advantage with white. Instead, he went for dynamic castle and rook hf1. When you're going dynamic, you usually don't make steady moves or some kind of longer term plans. You have to go fast as possible, and that's where things started going a little bit wrong for him. So after e5 here, he decided to take. We have seen the move bishop f6 on the board, and he went for bishop to b3. We can pretty much expect a4 because that looks the most logical, natural, aggressive move on the board after knight a4, pawn hitting with c5.
And when you come back with the knight on c3,
you go for c4. Yeah. Looks quite a steady line for Pragg. He is considering if there are any other white moves because there are some counter-attacking moves like t3, although that opens up white king, so seemingly a bit dangerous. But here t3 is quite confusing move because right now you have to figure out very accurate move with black, because if you go rook takes f4, there is bishop to c2 coming back into the game. And the only move that holds the aggressive stable advantage for black is pushing pawn to c4. And if takes, that's the idea, where you give up the exchange and then you go aggressive. And here, of course, the idea of like takes, so that there is no knight c3, rook c8 would convert the game for him. But again, white got quite a nice amount of pawns here on this line. So that is kind of the precision is required by Pragg on this a4 line. Besides that, I guess he's considering either taking that pawn maybe, because it is falling, but this is not that aggressive move. After takes, king to b1, and white is maintaining the game. So on the clocks, they have relatively the same amount of time with 4-minute difference, 31 minutes for Pragg, 27 minutes for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Quite stable.
Right, the other games have been also progressed. The game between Arjun Erigaisi and Aravin has a different structure right now. The pawns from c7 and h2 are missing.
Yes, so it seems like after queen e7 we have seen h6, on which Arjun Erigaisi evaluated and thought, yeah, it is really kind of better to just exchange t7 and h4 pawns. That gives opportunity for his c pawn to progress, and he is defended well on the around his king. Yeah, king to g1, and we have seen rook to c8. Queen can maintain its activity on the diagonal, and I would guess even he's still considering maybe queen to e5 move, because he's a pawn up and he can just move on to the endgame in a very steady way. His pawn is strong, and a5 would be a bit of weakness. Yeah. And another candidate move would be just
queen g3,
queen to d3.
Yeah,
yes.
many moves. Any queen moves are, I think, the candidate moves.
I mean, queen maybe on the diagonal, yes, candidate moves. Queen to g3 is one of the
I also like queen to
b7?
e7.
E7.
With idea c7, queen d8. Or to have some opportunities also to trade the bishop.
What is not ideal with queen e7 is you letting go of h2 square.
And how you're using it?
Maybe queen to f4.
g3?
Oh yeah, g3 is possible. Okay, g3 just expose light squares. You gotta be very careful because you are taking, that's right, but bishop d5 looks really, really dangerous. And black is here counter-attacking right now. White has to be careful.
Yeah, but I have queen to h2 or queen to h3, queen h3, attacking the rook, and rook e3.
Takes.
And I have an extra exchange.
But that bishop is very dangerous.
Yeah, probably it's much better to keep the pawn on c6 alive than to take the extra exchange.
Yes. So that's why we evaluated candidate move would be maybe maintaining queen's activity along this diagonal so that there are no counterattacks will be let go. Bye-bye. Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let's have a look at the game of Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Jan Nepomniachtchi's game, because there is one pawn gone and white is just up 2 pawns. Okay, in Shamsuddin games, the game progressed with queen to e8 and queen went to g5. Earlier we mentioned those ideas, and rook to f7. Yeah, Nepo didn't even try to hold off the pawn because he knows the other idea. He might be in the checkmate situation, and then we have seen queen to d7, queen going back to g5. It is so stable. White is kind of playing comfortably, taking the move pawn and then getting back to the previous square with queen. And then we have seen queen to d3 and pawn to h3, and now bishop to c8. Considering still its opposite color, black is hoping to get to the end game where he would have some defensive survival chances, but probably white wouldn't let that happen. Yeah, he would advance his pawns on the
there are too many
BNC,
pieces still on the board.
yes.
Too. Yeah, there's h4, h5 one side. There's also, you just roll the pawns on the queen side.
Yes, you just protect it and then just move it.
Yeah, and you can also
And
just
protect
take
the
another
move.
pawn too. Yeah, on the light squares.
Yes.
And somehow I liked how the bishop is just
On f6, chilling.
just
Yes.
like exactly, chilling.
Yeah, just kind of stable on f6. No kind of captures, nothing.
And in the game of Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa, we do have queen to c5 on the board, hitting the knight on c3, and it's getting more and more dangerous for Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
Actually, I agree with what you just mentioned, that if we have the scenario where Abdusattorov loses the game and Praggnanandhaa wins, there will be, and then if Arjun wins also,
Yes.
we might have the tie
Between four players.
Yeah. Okay, and we will be also covering the tie breaks. So I think this is the moment when players are taking some time to proceed with the games and their positions. We can take a short break to receive some more moves, and when we are back, we will be analyzing the rest of the games. We're gonna keep this video and the board also on the on live, so you can see the updates. See you guys soon. Coming back to the final round of UzChess Cup 2025, we do have the key game in progress. This is Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Praggnanandhaa. The other games has been finished. 3 games has been finished, 2 draws and 1 decisive result. And we do have another game also in the progress. Before we go to the main game, let's take a look how the game between Shamsidin, Vokhidov and Jan Nepomniachtchi has ended.
So yeah, they ended, it turns out, just quite now, actually. So Shamsidin decided to progress his pawn on h-file to h5. And he went to interesting rook f5 move as well to go after a5 pawn, and after rook g7 he decided to go to queen to h6, intending to queen to g7 checkmate, and after back out with rook ff to f7 he just put his rook back, and now
g7 rook is trapped.
g7 rook is trapped. Yeah.
And you cannot do much about it.
Yeah.
White will take this rook next move, and you are just lost. I have a feeling that Jan Nepomniachtchi hasn't even fight in this game after d5. He really did not have any single chance to fight against a Vokhidov, and the tournament for these 2 players has been ended. Vokhidov scored 4 points out of 9.
And he got 2 victories back to back, yeah.
Exactly, and Jan Nepomniachtchi 3.5 out of 9. I think Vokhidov should be very happy with his performance.
How many points he had out of 5 rounds? Was it 1 or 1.5?
He started really low at the beginning with 2 losses. Then he made 2 draws, and then he lost again in the 5th round.
He had only 1 point out of 5 rounds, and he managed to get 3 points in the remaining 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Quite a decisive
without losing
comeback.
any single game. 2 draws and 2 victories. So that's
And his 2
very nice
victories,
comeback.
yes, his 2 victories were on round 8 and a 9, just right before it ends. What a comeback! Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the game of Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa. We have a lot of pieces missing from the board. b2 pawn is gone, knight has gone from c4, and the bishop also from f6. We have to take a look what has happened after last move, queen to c5.
Queen to c5, and it turns out here Abdusattorov Nodirbek went for rook fe1 move, giving away his knight on c3. And after bishop takes c3, takes queen takes c3, Black had quite a nice momentum. We had queen to d3 move, and Pragg just went to queen to a1 and queen to f6 move. The interesting fact is, when I was down, Pragg was not around the playing hall, but more in the resting area, and he was quite walking a lot, you know. In that he's not standing at one place and thinking, he's walking and thinking, he's walking and thinking. And then the good fact is, when he's in the kind of resting place, there is we have a what do we call that? Not TV, but screen. So screen where you can see all the kind of moves in all the boards. So he's like, kind of, the moment Abdusattorov is making move, he's kind of watching it from that place, and then he's coming back immediately. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense to go to the resting area. There are also some drinks and snacks, and they also have the monitor, so the games are actually on the screen. Let's come back and check what happened after queen to c5. White actually decided to give up the pawn and played rook to e1 in this position. There was no any single way that White could handle to keep this piece on the board, because Black also has additional threat here of a4, which is quite powerful. So after rook to e1, then we do have bishop takes on c3. White took the bishop back, queen to c3, and now Abdusattorov plays queen d3, offering a queen trade. You never know, you can always do that. Maybe your opponent will take it. Of course, Black gave a check. provoked the king to be on d2 and now went back on f6, and he is targeting the pawn on f4 with a check, but most importantly there is rook d4 coming with a threat to win the queen. So here we have this position. In case if white repeats the position and goes back king to c1, then there will be no check. Black's queen is not under the attack now. Black can go a4.
Yes, and then
attack
give a
the
check
bishop.
and checkmate. Yeah. Cover up king square. And
maybe make it on the board much easier.
So
bishop c4.
Bishop c4, you check, you block.
Checkmate. Yeah.
There is another way to block, that is with rook to e3, but now that queen f4 was hitting that bishop as well, so which means you can take it for free. Quite so far not a fortunate game for Abdusattorov, but we have seen in the previous games against Yakuboyev as well, defending very well, but eventually losing the game anyways. Yeah.
So what we can have here in this position is c3 to stop rook to d4 happening. And after this move, you can first of all take the pawn on f4. And there's also some dynamic lines here with bishop to f5 hitting the queen. When the queen goes away, let's say queen to e3 or queen to j3, then you take the pawn on d6 with a check,
and after which
and then you take the pawn on f4, and black is winning extra 2 pawns there.
Yes. So that line would be one of the lines black would consider if pawn goes to c3, but in the meantime Abdusattorov is thinking and trying to figure out, is there any other lines he
goes
can
queen
manage.
to pawn to c3.
He is going to pawn to c3. He has 12 minutes on the clock right now, and Praggnanandhaa has 23 minutes, and they are not close to move 40 yet. They are just at move 26. 14 moves to make to reach additional time control. Yeah. In the meantime, we can have a look at how Arjun Erigaisi's game progressed against Aravin. Turns out he just went for the queen exchange. We have seen queen exchange on the board, queen to e5, and after queen trade, there was rook to a4. And right now, Arjun Erigaisi is thinking, and the thing is, what just happened to the time? Because Arjun Erigaisi had like almost 1 hour extra, but he's still leading. He has 27 minutes, 26 minutes against 10 minutes, still 16 minutes extra on the clock. But on which moment he took so much time that it became, his time dropped to below 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting question. I don't really see any particular one move that he spent so much time, but it was more like 5 minutes per move, 11 minutes for another move, 9 minutes for another move, 8 minutes for another move, which is like so natural. When you start to think in a position, especially when you have like better position, you want to somehow convert it, you are spending some time off the clock. So that's why it is always good to have an advantage at the beginning, then you can use it properly when it's time.
So in the end game, he has a pawn advantage, and his pawn on c6 looks quite nice. And I wonder if there is idea of progressing pawn to c7. And the thing that came to my mind is kind of interesting, and that is giving away your c pawn. Because if rook takes, you're just taking, another pawn is coming into the game. But the good news is if bishop taking, your rook is even getting into e7. Yeah. But it turns out the a2 pawn is dropping, so you have to be careful on here. But another way you can get your pawn to c7 is you just go to rook c5 and progress the pawn on c7. Yeah.
What I like in that position for white is that you can just make several moves, waiting moves, and then when you are ready, you can start to invade on the other side of the board. You can also just do here a3.
A3, just protecting the pawn.
Protect the pawn at this moment. Then rook c5. slowly just get this piece better. Maybe even rook c3 to guard a3 and free the other rook. Rook d1, rook to b1, and basically what black can do against my plan.
It's not clear. Probably he has to bring his king on time so that that rook d8 possibility is no more trouble. Yeah. Yes.
So yeah, Arjun is also in a very nice situation right now, has a big advantage, and in case if he wins, he will join it. He will be joining Sindarov and Abdusattorov for the tie breaks, and Pragg in scenario if Pragg wins. So this is the really complicated scenario.
He has a winning position right now. Pragg has a winning position, and his advantage is quite a lot in his game. But at the same time, yeah, Arjun Erigaisi has also quite an interesting and nice position right now. Wow. So basically, if he gets his pawn on c7 successfully and king is not on time, he is winning the game. Let's explore another move of rook to b1, giving away a2 pawn one more time. You want to go after a5 pawn and maintaining your advantage, which is quite solid. But it turns out if bishop a2, you can pin as well. So let's go for rook takes a2, so that he's going from the back. But if he's going from the back, he's wasting the move that needs to be done with the king. So that rook a2 is taking away a move from the king. So after c7, those moves, if king is on f8 or even a7, there is take, and then rook going here and here. On the back rank, there is nothing to be worried about because h2 pawn is gone.
We do have the move played by Pragg, and we have to check that out.
So let's see, Pragg went for bishop f5, so he is intending to take queen to d6 next move. Pretty much keeping the game dynamic and getting extra 2 pawns. Yeah. I'm not sure how Abdusattorov proceeds in this game. He has one idea, that is giving up the queen. Queen to f5 takes and c takes b4, which is betting on this pawn getting promoted. And that would be done through rook e7 here and rook e8. So yeah, if a takes b4, it's a rook e7 followed by d7. So I think he's likely to take queen f5 because on all other lines it would be steady win for Pragg. Just getting 2 extra pawns, he can even jump the endgame comfortably. There is nothing much to worry about him. So, I know he's still thinking.
I'll bring.
So in the meantime, we can just have a look at the challengers game to see how they are progressing. So we have one game ended already. We have seen on the background of Abdusattorov's and Pragg's game. That was the game between Gulrukhbegim Tokhirjanova and Andrew Hong, and they ended their game in a draw. We have other games are progressing. Okay, we have another fast game. That was a draw between Nijat Abbasov and Vitaly Sivuk. So they shared the point, and the game was already quite much closed, it turns out. And we have still the game is progressing between Jahongir Vokhidov and Mukhyiddin Adaminov. Game looks quite equal. And besides that, we have the game of Vasily Ivanchuk against Muhammad Zohid Suyarov, where the game is, well, Vasily Ivanchuk managed to get the pawn on c6, and at this moment he is even up a pawn, but his knight is being hit. Yeah. So, and the last board we have Makun against Nicholas Theodorou. So I think we did not receive the moves on their board yet, because we pretty much have been on this moment. Knight takes c1, rook takes c1, and there was bishop e6 was played. Nicholas Theodorou has a quite nice position with bishop pair and an open game. And earlier we discussed if he's intending even to long castle, but that is dropping a7 pawn and he's getting into danger for a moment. So short castle would be the ideal choice they make. Okay. Let's see. Can we go to the camera of Arjun's against Aravin? We can see this board in the background. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, I guess it's not easy to figure out the move, but in the meantime, Arjun makes the move on the board. So let's have a look. And Arjun decided to go with steady pawn to a3 move, and Aravin responds with king to f8, bringing his king into the game. So the clock difference is becoming lower and lower, with 18 minutes for Arjun and 10 minutes for Aravin.
Yeah, so in case if we do have tiebreakers, those are the following rules for the first place only. So we're going to have 2 blitz games with time control of 3+2. And in case if these 2 games also ends in a draw, then we're going to have the Armageddon game. And the Armageddon will decide the winner of the tournament, which means that white will have 5 minutes and black will have 4 minutes with winning draw odds. And after 60 moves, they will also have the 2 seconds increment. So this is the probability only in case if Abdusattorov loses the game against Pragg. And he does have very tough situation right now, especially when Pragg made his last move, bishop to f5, and tries to just pick up all the pawns, use all these weaknesses and active pieces. And in that scenario, if Abdusattorov loses the game, then we might have tie for 2, 3 ways or 4 ways. So we're still keeping the eye on this game, obviously. And in case of the tiebreak scenario, we are going to have, oh my God, is it queen sacrifice?
Yeah, goes for a queen sacrifice, queen to f5. I mean,
what?
You know, as earlier I evaluated, there is not much to play if he doesn't do queen sacrifice. That's his only last hope. That is playing with that d6 pawn and hoping to get that to the queen.
Wow, look at that. This might be his practical chance.
Takes, yes. Takes, that's rook going to e7. And then push pawn to d6. Of course, there is actually smart move by Pragg, that is after take, you go this and you go after d6 pawn, and which would pose trouble for Abdusattorov's game, which means right now you have to move the king away, and if you move back to c1, check and rook d6 is being taken. If you go to king e3, you're blocking your own rook from reaching to e7 and then doing that d7 and promoting. And the thing, the last choice with king to e3 is that a takes b4 is coming with a check. Yeah, after takes, this move is coming with a check. But he can go king c5. Yeah, king is too far. You know, he has a high chance of getting mated as well. He has to be really careful. But yeah, king to c5 we have, and if rook to b8, it's like getting mated. in a couple of moves. Check, checkmate. Can go into that. Let's see. Yeah. So he goes the most practical chance, that is surviving to the game with queen to f5.
It's interesting that Pragg is still thinking without capturing the queen because he doesn't have any other move, right?
Yeah, not sure. But he does have one in between move, actually.
Which one?
And that is
Rook d4.
Rook d4, yes. And that is blocking the pawn first and then taking.
Okay, that makes sense what he is thinking. Otherwise, he would just capture it right away.
This looks really kind of smart and practical as well, because white is betting on his d pawn to get promoted, and if he does rook d4 takes, it's likely this pawn wouldn't hold on the board because queen f4 and take coming, and if you really try to block with rook e5, this check and then rook d8, yeah, this pawn is falling. So Pragg is highly considering to make rook to d4 check.
Has plenty of time for that, 16 minutes before the time increment. And yeah, he's doing a great job actually, Pragg. Today with black pieces, he went very nice attack on the queen side. But we have to also admit that Abdusattorov went also very active, and he wanted to win this game. He didn't really rely on the other games, which actually fires back now, but this is also a very nice approach that you just care about your game.
Pragg is taking his time. He has 15 minutes on the clock compared to just 5 minutes for Abdusattorov Nodirbek. And yeah, he is taking into consideration between queen to f5 and rook to d4. And rook to d4 looks interestingly slightly preferable, since it's gonna block the rook from protecting critical d6 pawn. If there is no d6 pawn, Pragg's advantage is solid.
Yeah, and time is also quite comfortable for Pragg. Any move, queen to f5 or rook to d4, will actually increase his advantage, and obviously he's not considering any of other moves. Oh, in the other game we have some progress. We can take a look.
Okay, let's have a look at the game of Arjun Erigaisi against Aravin. Yeah, turns out we do have some progress, and we see some mistakes by Arjun Erigaisi on this moment. So let's see. His plan was getting onto the 7th rank. So we had g5, g3, rook to b7, and rook to a7. Going after, so h5, and he's thinking, was his plan to go after the a5? Was it to just make rook b1 and b5? h5 is also at the same time dropping a pawn, but it's a bit of a poisonous pawn, because once you take that, there's a way black can just do g4, and he did cover your bishop.
G5.
And yeah, besides that,
yeah,
you are dropping pawn on c6. So bishop h5 wouldn't be much into consideration right now. But there is an interesting move of bishop e2, letting go of the pawn, because once black takes the pawn, there is a fork. And maybe Arjun's plan is to get his bishop to bishop b5 and then push pawn to a5. And the way Aravin can stop this idea is by playing bishop to c4. But the thing that I don't like is, like, if he really tries to hold off the pawn, this pawn is not progressing. In the meantime, black is progressing his own pawn as well. So it's quite unsure. It seems like Arjun gave Aravin some counterattacking possibilities in this moment. So there have been quite a couple of inaccuracies by Arjun which led into this game. So far, interestingly, Aravin has been surviving against his country-made players. He made a draw with Praggnanandhaa in the first round. Yeah, and right now he's holding and maintaining the game against Arjun Erigaisi. He held a draw against Parham and Nepomniachtchi as well.
Yeah, yeah, moves like rook to b1 with idea c7, rook to b8 is just not on time, because black's rook is able to take the pawn on a3 and then to get this rook back on c3 and to chase also c7 pawn.
Yes.
So c7 has been played.
So c7 is on the board. c3. Yeah. c3 is on the board. So in the meantime, Aravin is thinking of progressing with his pawn. They are at move 34, which means they are quite close to reach move 40. And the time control says that it's likely, because they have right now 15 minutes to 8 minutes to make those moves. And yeah, Aravin actually even can consider going to rook to c4 and letting go of a pawn to c pawn, thanks to his idea and advancement on the king side. And right now, being rook on c3, it is threatening pawn on g3. If takes, you opened up huge counterattacking possibilities for black to go and hit.
Yeah, somehow white's rooks are not really coordinating and not helping the pawns to move forward. And even you can go right away with the rook to c4, but you can also just play h4 at the beginning.
Exactly.
And
just
wait a little bit. You want to play next move, I don't know, h3, maybe g4, maybe even to take on g3. But this idea of rook to c4 and rook to c3 will be always there.
Yes, maybe h4 first, followed by rook c4 and c3, because you would be skewering bishop and a pawn at once. So h4 even would work out more ideally.
And Pragg is still thinking. He has not made any move yet. He's thinking for last 5 minutes already. Let's get back to the game of Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa. We might have a move.
Yeah, very soon on their board. Pragg has been thinking for over 7 minutes so far. He's calculating the difference between queen f5 and rook to d4. I'm pretty sure he's aware of rook d4 by now, and he goes for rook to d4 check, eliminating any white's possibilities to counterplay with dangerous pawn on d6. And Abdusattorov takes a pawn. He goes queen to f5, capturing the queen, and Abdusattorov goes to king to c3. So he was expecting these moves, but I don't understand. Like, yeah, black, okay, black can go d7, okay, white can get f7. So yeah. So what Abdusattorov is planning is to go after f7 pawn.
Probably with
bishop maybe, because if you take with a rook, that rook b3 is coming with a check, and you end up losing your f7 rook. But after bishop f7, king to f8, that rook is still kind of in the trouble. Maybe he's gonna bring it in, but what's the progress from here for white? In the meantime, black can strike in a forced way.
Black can also just take the rook, give up the queen,
yes,
and
give
to
up
play
the
this
queen.
endgame.
That's also
Just winning. Queen
that's
b4
also
is another move. You can just play that.
yes, queen b4, making space for the rook to get in, and king moves here. You just give it away, and then you come into rook b2 next move, even if bishop b3. A4 move to take into consideration, but you don't want to give your opponent a passed pawn. Yeah. So the game looks quite winning, so you want to go to h pawn with just other direction. Yeah. So after king c3, there is a move like queen to h3 check as well, but white can block with the rook going to d3. Black's main goal is right now to get rid out of d6 pawn. If d6 pawn is out of the board, black just eliminated white's biggest threat and hope for the game, after which he can convert a lot more easily.
Looks how close they are sitting to each other. Just
Fully covering the board. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Wow, I've never noticed that I'm close to my opponent so much. Maybe I'm not, but like
I have an interesting point here, you know. When you play online on chess.com, you look at the board from the top, you know. But of course, the pieces are usually already on the sideways, it's down. But right now they are looking at the board and pieces are just on the top. But they are having full vision of the board. Yeah, especially Abdusattorov, his head is like covering, yeah, up to fourth rank, I can say, yeah. His king is right close to the board. Oh yeah. And in the meantime, yeah, Pragg also had his covering 6th rank, 8, 7s, and 6. So in between only just 2 ranks open. Only one. Yeah, their head is so close. Wow. Okay, Pragg's down to 5 minutes on his clock.
how this game just stuck in here, right? We are not receiving any moves.
Yeah, Pragg has been thinking quite a lot at this moment because he knows he has an advantage and he is winning. It just needs from him a couple of precise moves to convert this game into victory. Yeah. Is he also maybe calculating some moves like a4?
Yeah, why not? If you take, then queen
Yes.
a5, right?
Maybe it's queen a5 and then you are getting that. Oh, he made the move. He made it like logical.
Queen d7.
Queen d7, just stop that d6 pawn, get rid of that d6 pawn, and white's threats are not much left on the board.
Yeah. Well, these guys are very precise when they have winning position.
That was a very much accurate move by Pragg right now. And yeah, as we earlier discussed, if rook e7, it's queen d6. If bishop f7, it's king to f8. After which, after rook d1, let me go one more time. Takes king here. After rook d1, black can give up his queen comfortably. Takes. Quite winning, and yeah, rook f8 will take f4 pawn if bishop moves away. So queen d7 is on the board. Both players are down to their last 5 minutes. If they reach move 40, they would get additional 30 minutes, but I think they wouldn't go that far.
You think the game will end earlier?
Yes, they wouldn't reach move 40. Yeah. I think it has high tendency, and it's highly likely that the game ends before move 40. I mean, it also depends on how in depth, Abdusattorov is willing to play this game. How willing he goes for, I don't know, without resigning, still fighting.
Yeah, no, I don't think he will just exhaust himself because he has another chance, it's not done yet. He has to play tiebreak, so maybe he will just call it a day and
prepare for tiebreaks.
Yeah, prepare for the tiebreaks.
Yeah. We have seen one game, I'm not sure was it against Andrew Hong, Ivanchuk, or I'm not sure, where black played till the end, till he received the checkmate.
It was Theodorou.
Against Ivanchuk, yeah. I'm not sure which game
no,
it was.
Was the one that Ivanchuk played until the end.
The one where we have seen rook and bishop and a pawns on the board,
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was Andrew Hong. Yeah.
It was Andrew Hong, just I don't remember he played against. We have rook to e5, not even going against f7. He's going for a5, but after queen d6, you cannot necessarily take a5. So queen d6
rook
is
to
on
e1,
board.
probably that's what he wants.
Doubling up the rook.
Oh, yeah, Abdusattorov played such an amazing tournament, and today this is not his game. This is not his level. He plays much better. We don't know what's the reasoning of that, but we know that definitely he performed way nicely in the other games. Maybe it's a morning round. Maybe he went all in. Maybe it was just a wrong plan that he played rook to f1, g3, f4. Other plan would just keep the position more equal. There are a lot of maybes. We don't know. He knows it better. And yeah, basically, this is not the end for him. He can still win the title, as even after losing this game, he can get back everything by winning the tiebreaks.
Yes. And yeah, Pragg is also playing very accurately on this game and very precisely. So yeah, Yeah, maybe it's that morning round that got Abdusattorov. So far he's been performing very well on other rounds, and he didn't even have a draw with white colors. Every single game he had a victory.
Also, yesterday he had quite easy game. He had to draw quickly, and I thought he would have a nice time for preparation and the rest. But you never know. Like it's very important to have a sleep, and sometimes it's not easy to fall asleep earlier than usually you do.
Yes. So, okay,
3 minutes.
Pragg is still thinking. So we had queen d6 on the board and rook de1.
Yeah, it's amazing how Pragg is treating every single game so seriously. Like even this kind of winning position, he's not in rush. He's taking his time. Now, like let's say if I play a4, White's idea is to trade the rooks and then probably to take the pawn on f7.
Yeah.
And if I have one extra move, I'll play f5, and then bishop g5 would be bishop g6 would be a big problem.
Yes, so Black has a time to get rid of that one danger as well, after which he will take. Okay, there is a move, and that move is king to f8.
Stopping rook getting on the e-file.
Yeah, stopping any rook e8 or e7 moves.
Yep, I think Nodirbek will play next 10 moves on this time pressure, and then he will make decision. He will not play long game today in this one.
We have a move of king going to d3. I mean, Pragg has just simple idea of queen going to a3 as well right now, which is with a strike to pawn to a4, getting the bishop. The king's position is not ideal as well. Yeah.
We do have a lot of changes in the other game. Maybe let's take a look.
Let's have a look at Arjun Erigaisi's games against Aravin. And do we see the end of the... No, not yet. Oh, the pawns are gone from C. Yeah, C pawns are simply gone. And Black even didn't drop H pawn yet. It's just for A pawn. So let's have a look what really happened. After H5, C3, he went for rook to C4 immediately. And there was rook to A5, rook takes C3, and king to H1. What? I guess we have a bit wrong data.
Yeah, rook bishop H5 happened.
Bishop H1, probably, yeah. Yes, bishop going to H1. It wasn't king to H1. And then we have
G4.
G4.
No, bishop H5.
Bishop taking H5. I see. So I was a bit confused. Yeah. So bishop takes H5 we had on the board, and then we had that G4 move, and then rook E1, and then rook takes 8, C6. We had rook
8.
8. Sorry. C6. We had rook E4, and then we had
rook C4.
Rook C4. Rook C4. Rook C4. Okay, so I was confused. In the beginning, I was mentioning H5 pawn is still on the board.
Yeah, and F3 has been played.
And F3 has been played.
Rook to C3. And pawn takes the pawn on G4.
That moves already on the board as well. Okay, after
now
bishop
G4, bishop G4, rook G3.
Yes, it's
we'll
quite...
take another piece of the board, and this game will end in a draw.
But funny fact is, I've played that kind of games. Of course, not exactly the pieces were like that, but one of my kind of 5-6 hours game were that kind of end games, and I can tell you I had 3 games and I won 3 of them on this structure.
How? With which pieces?
No, it is like my king went for one pawn, my rook was guarding the other way, and then my pawn was pushing. Opponent's king were, of course, not that active. Opponent's king was like this, and they agreed on a draw after rook g3 check.
Well, I have also won the game with rook endgame with only h pawns, and like equal position for like 30 moves, and then I took the pawn. I had extra pawn on h file, but it was still draw, like theoretical draw. The king was close, and I don't know, but I managed to win that game too. That happens once in a while, this kind of funny cases, but it's so important to know the theoretical end games.
Exactly.
It saves you a lot of points.
And besides knowing theoretical, sometimes you can trick your opponent in the theory, knowing that, let's say, oh, rook and a pawn. Yeah, just
if he doesn't know the theory, you can easily trick.
But even they kind of know the theory, you should not assume. Like, for example, we have the common thing saying that opposite color bishop, even with one extra pawn, that's a draw. No, there are some kind of other nuances where with, let's say, with the side where extra pawn can give up his bishop for 2 pawns and get winning game, that kind of structural ideas exist. So yeah, okay, so Arjun, Erigaisi, and Aravin are discussing about the game, how it went, what it went. But yeah, Aravin managed to hold the draw.
I thought he would lose today. He started so low on time as well. His position was also bad, but look at this. He just managed to fight back and save the game. All right, one last game in progress. We have 4 games down, 3 draws, 1 decisive result. And in this game, Pragg is playing with extra queen against rook and the bishop. Abdusattorov is fighting his best in this position, but it's not so promising.
He's making relatively fast moves, putting Pragg under the time pressure, but Pragg's moves are relatively easy. He doesn't have to even, figure out. And maybe actually, right now, I think we will reach move 40 and beyond. Yeah, because Pragg is still kind of figuring out exactly in plan. He might kind of check the king for a little and then reach move 40, just queen a1, queen c1 check for now.
Yeah. But also from Abdusattorov, he cannot just resign here, right? He needs to lose the game. He cannot resign.
He's just kind of, Pragg is going for just some checks and getting the moves on the board so that he reaches at move 40 when he would have some extra time to figure out how to convert this game. I guess he will do some couple of checks. Queen b1, f1, or d1 right now.
Yeah, to get closer. He needs just 3 more moves.
I mean, if queen to f1, it seems to repeat it one time, yeah.
But I can also play queen a3, king d2, queen b2, and take the pawn on h2.
Queen a3, no, he just repeats.
Yeah.
He just gets some moves on the board so that he gets some time on his clock.
He should be careful not to repeat the moves, though.
Yeah, he should count. So queen haven't been on the squares like a1 and f1 yet, so maybe he would consider those 2 squares. It was on c1 and b1 so far.
And that's exactly how he gets the time.
Yeah.
Queen a1 now,
Queen
and
a1,
then queen f1.
f1, yeah. He's looking at how many times did I repeat. He's looking at the score sheet, just confirming, was it just one time? Yeah.
So the tiebreaks will start at 4 p.m. Local time, which is in 1.5 hours from now.
He doesn't repeat, he goes for rook to b8. Hey, he knows white doesn't have a lot of threats. Yeah.
Yeah, he's preparing queen b2 check now and to take
And
the pawn.
then, yes. And maybe also queen b2, queen a3, rook to b2, and then just setting some checkmate on the back rank. And in the meantime, even if he doesn't figure out exact precise win, he can make a couple of checks again because he just moved the rook. Yeah, that's for sure not a straight fold repetition or anything. Yeah, the rook changed its spot already. Okay, so rook goes back to e3. So we can expect a couple of checks from Pragg right now to reach to move number 40.
2 more moves for him. 80 seconds, he has to make a move. Oh god. So tense.
So we have queen to c1 check, king to d1, one more check, and he's at move 40. So yeah, he gives queen d1 check. Yeah. So, and right now he's gonna take his time to figure out, oh, king c3 is fast.
He's double checking because sometimes you're missing one move to write down and you don't exactly know, is it 40, is it 39?
Yeah. So yeah, he knows right now he reached move number 40. And he's gonna
very likely their score sheets are not looking alike. Sometimes it happens to me when I'm missing one move and my opponent has more moves on the score sheet and I have less, and I'm very confused. Is it me being wrong? Is it my opponent being wrong?
But you can ask from the arbiter, yeah, in that situation. Is it allowed to just double confirm?
Yeah, but like, yeah. So like,
yeah, I mean, you can just double confirm, especially at this high stake tournament.
You always prefer to make the move, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
always prefer to make one extra move.
So they got 30 minutes added to their clock, and right now they are thinking, yeah. So in the meantime, we can check the results of challengers. So far in Masters, we have 1 decisive result and 3 draws. And on challengers, let's have a look. We have Andrei Hongdro, and we have Vasily Ivanchuk still playing on the board. And he's up a pawn, but Black's game is quite active. So he's maintaining the game. And on the last board, we have Makun against Nicholas Theodorou. And Theodorou has an extra pawn he's holding, and the games between them is quite fast. And well, wait a second, what? So Makun is quite much in the huge time trouble, while Nicholas Theodorou has 21 minutes on his clock. And what is that? I don't understand. His clock is not ticking. Look at that.
Okay, yeah, they don't have increment actually.
Yeah. So you don't have an increment.
Maybe can we get the video of Vasily Ivanchuk?
Okay, we have
it might be too far.
Too far. Maybe Nicholas Theodorou's game. The last one. Oh yeah, we have the board. We have the board. So Vasily Ivanchuk and Muhammad Zohid Suyarov, they both have around 2 minutes on their clock. And yeah, Black is going after White's A pawn. And yeah, I'm not sure what clear move White can do here. It ain't much. So let's say king to g1. No, king to g1 is not progressing. So rook just maintains its place on the A file. And yeah, you cannot bring the king back. So another candidate move could be pawn to g3, hitting the knight, the take. The knight moves away, and now you have freedom to make the move with the knight. Knight to d5, you're covering f4 square so that you can push pawn to g4. So probably I would say Ivanchuk is considering this line to change, to have a structural change, but there is rook to a3. If you move to g4, knight is heading to g3 square. Yeah, and then maybe f5. So this pawn is, although Ivanchuk has one extra pawn, it's still not that useful. So yeah, Ivanchuk is taking his time, but right now he's below 1 minute.
Yeah, time might be a big issue here in this game. We don't have any extra increment for the players, for challengers in the future. They will have the increment of 30 seconds per move.
So we have just rook moving to c2. Not that much progress, nothing much. It's just giving the move away to black. And while black is thinking, white, Ivanchuk, Vasily, trying to figure out how to strike and make a progress in this game. Maybe getting his rook to the 7th rank and going after a checkmate to the king is check, check, and mate. Knight is covering f5 square. So probably the ideal decision for black is to prevent that with rook going back to a7, and we see rook just going to b5 as well. Yeah. So, but it gives some opportunity to explore the back rank and go that rook d7 or c7. There is knight e6 move to prevent all those actions. And guard g7, cut c7. So yeah, it's ideally not clear. If the rook moves away and goes after the king, it leaves a2 pawn unprotected, which means black can go after the pawn. And he goes for rook to d7.
Rook
c7. Rook to c7. Yeah. He is going after the king.
Yeah, very nice idea. Okay. With both rooks on the 7th rank together with a knight on g4,
yes,
for the mating knight.
If knight e6, he's going to go to rook e7, after which this pawn has a freedom to move a4 because the rook is guarding the pawn. And we have some moves on the board, and that
Knight
is
e6
sits back. There. So probably we can see rook e7 being played by Vasily Ivanchuk, and he's going for rook. Yeah, he's going back and forth. Okay, he's considering again, taking his time, double checking, making sure nothing left, and he goes for rook to e7.
And the other game that is in progress is also quite interesting endgame.
Okay, let's have a look at the game between Maghsoodloo and Nicholas Theodorou. It looked for a moment Maghsoodloo was surviving that game, with rook endgame being just a pawn down. We had g5 move, and we had king g1. Mistake for some reason, and the precise move white would have played was g4. Whoa, you're letting this pawn be passive and let your king be cut. Quite unnatural move, going for pawn to g4, but stopping any white's idea. And Maghsoodloo is, how much the times they have on their clock? 2 minutes?
2 minutes, and I think 1 minute and a few seconds.
Second, king to g1. And e5 is on the board, and Maghsoodloo is thinking right now. The idea for black is to get his king closer to white's camp and then go push the pawn. And he made the move, and that is rook to a8. Yeah, white can Black can still go here, check. And then if he goes after the pawn, he can move to king d3, making a space for his pawn to progress. And pawn is coming with e1 check as well. And there is in between rook b1 check to support the pawn on e1 in the promotion. So Nicholas Theodorou goes to rook to b2, cutting the king as well. And in the next move, he's bringing his king inside. Yeah, we are likely to expect Nicholas Theodorou converting to this game. Okay, so around 2 minutes on the clock, both sides. Oh. Yeah, Macron is not very confident if he can handle and maintain this game. He played rook to f8 check, and king to e6 was played, and goes to rook to g8, and immediately Nicholas Theodorou responds with king to d5, yeah? Or f5?
No, he has not. Oh, he has played? King to f5.
King to f5. Okay, just protecting his pawn. I was a bit confused for a little. And then we have seen rook going to f8 check. King is getting into e4. And right now to d3, just push the pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he should try king to g8 again. After king to f4 to play king to rook to f8.
Rook to g8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, we'll both black.
Let's make it on the board.
Well, let's make it on the board. Here, king to d3, takes, goes to e4, check, goes to e2, pawn is pushing to e3, king to e1, pawn is pushing to e2.
Can I play g4?
Opposite, yeah, we have that move. Yeah, there is. But besides opposite, king can just move away as well to make a room for pawn, and there is a checkmate threat as well. Yeah. If rook f5 check, it's king to g3. Yeah.
Yeah, because if not king f3, if pawn takes g3, I play king g2, and it's the game on.
Yes, the game on. You're holding the game stable, and you have h pawn to confuse the opponent, to distract. Yeah. So let's have a look back at Vasily Ivanchuk's game against Suyarov Muhammad Zohid. We have stopped at rook e7 move, after which we have seen pawn to f5. Wow. Suyarov decided to progress as well, rook to e8, doubling up on a file again, and we have seen knight to c4 move. We know black cannot take the pawn, because if he takes, he's losing the knight. So we have seen just rook going back to c5 and knight getting into d6, king going to f6, protecting the rook, king going to g7, and we have seen a couple of moves here.
Just to get some time as well, because I don't think they will repeat the moves here, but the idea of repeating the position was to gain this 1 minute on the clock. And in the Masters, we do have Pragg actually taking his time. He's already thinking more than 10 minutes. And it seems like it's not so easy to find a plan.
Okay, he goes for knight to f4. And with our engine friend mentioning it as a mistake. So that gives white an opportunity to double up his rook on the d file. Vasily Ivanchuk has right now 4.5 points out of 8. If he gets a victory, he would be +2 in this tournament, ending up with 5.5 points. Wow. He goes for knight to e8, checking the king, and king goes to e5, even forward. King doesn't go to g6. He's holding king spot right in the center of the board. He's planning if any rook e7 check immediately, he's gonna block with his rook, which triggering for the rook trade. So Vasily Ivanchuk has less than 30 seconds on the clock, and he has to make a decision. And he goes for rook e7 check.
Rook f7.
Rook f7 actually. Rook to f7. A quite strategic idea. He's trying to go after f5 pawn with knight to g7 in the next move. So f7, all the mentioning a mistake, it's quite logical and strategic move Vasily Ivanchuk made, and one of the ideal candidate moves in this position. And here Muhammad Zohid Suyarov should be very, very accurate in making his decision. He's gonna probably go after the pawn on a2, but it results in losing the pawn on, wow, on f5, and we see a blunder.
Oh no.
On the board.
Wait, knight takes a knight c7? No, what's the blunder?
You know what is why it's a blunder? White has a way to transform this game to the pawn endgame.
Rook e7.
Rook e7. It's on the board.
Oy.
And after rook e6, there is rook e6 taking. After knight e6, there is rook e2 check, king moving to d4, and white is winning e6 knight. And in case of king takes, there is knight to c7 for king.
How you going to farm again?
Oh, wait a sec. I was thinking of king had a spot to go to d6.
Maybe knight e6 directly. What's then rook?
Knight e6 directly. Oh, no.
Well,
so I was thinking of maybe check, take. King, white is just winning a piece. There is nothing much to do. White is just winning a piece.
Wow, what a blunder.
Yeah, take.
The way how he captured the rook.
Here, what I was thinking
funny.
is rook here takes. If king takes, there wasn't even, usually in my calculations, I just kind of skip black's move, takes. And if king takes, knight here takes, and that would be winning because a pawn acts as a distraction. But it turns out king even doesn't have a square to move away. So either way, that's winning for white. So rook just goes to e2, and Vasily Ivanchuk captures the...
Yeah. He's thinking for the checkmate.
Yeah, he's thinking maybe because...
Knight f6, knight h5.
Yeah, knight h5 is going for the checkmate, simply. Oh yeah, knight f6. Oh, and he's... Yeah. And
the resignation,
on the board.
What a beautiful tactic in the end, but that was pretty much held by the opponent of Vasily Ivanchuk.
So he converted
He played a really good game. I think he was too relaxed and he believed that it was already drawn, and that's when the blunder happens.
So right now, let's have a look at Maghsoodloo's and Nicholas Theodorou's game. We have seen some progression in the game, and after rook g8, Black decided to go for king to e3, a blunder instead of king to d3, which we explored that pawn is pushing aggressive. King to e3, and then pawn became on the way of the king. And white managed to play g3, king to f3 takes, and this is right now a theory. King is managing and surviving. There isn't much to progress.
That means that if this game ends in a draw, we might have another
tie breaks. Yeah. So far in the standings, Mukhidin Madaminov stands with 6 points. And after the victory, Vasil Ivanchuk is right now on the second place with 5.5 points.
That's a good.
Sharing with Vitaly Sivuk.
Yeah, probably Nicholas Theodoros will take over him. So it will be third place. Third place to share, which is a very nice event, because we remember when he lost this game on time, and think was going really bad for him, but he somehow managed to come back.
Yes. So if you look Vasil Ivanchuk's statistics, he had what, 1.5 out of 4 points. Yeah. He had 2 losses within 4 rounds.
Yeah, not a great start.
Yes. Then converted the game. So far, there isn't any progress.
There is no progress in the game of Pragg and Abdusattorov.
Yeah. So E3 still black should be inaccurate. I'm not sure. Is it visible to you what's white's clock? The king is kind of blocking it a little bit. Because right now, the way white would survive is, I told you about king and a pawn against, king and a rook and a pawn against king and a rook and a pawn. We are likely to see that kind of way where he's going to go rook to g3 check. And then after king moves away, rook to g2. Rook g3 is on the board right now. If king moves away, rook to g2. Oh, wait a sec. If king moves to f2, rook to g2. King moves back, there is check. If forward, still check. If forward, you go back. I was thinking there's a way to give up the rook for the pawn and go forward. How we can make the king to go the other way around. Let's say king to e2. King goes to e2. In the meantime, you can go and guard from the back. And yeah, there is a way, probably black still manages to promote that, but white will capture. Let me show the line. So king going to, or is rook. Okay, king going to d2 and placing the king on e1. That is ready to play pawn to e2. King goes to the g3, or pawn h5 is also possible. e2, h5, check, king to g2, pawn is progressing. h6, even here, king to g4 is, by the way, possible. Check, moves, and yeah, checks, it moves forward. Check, keeps moving forward. Yeah, if king to f1, rook to e7, and you sacrificing the pawn. But it turns out on this moment, black had a tricky rook b7 move. But still, this game has high chances because this pawn is close to promotion, and black would give some perpetual checks. So yeah, we are likely to see another endgame. But here he has to find rook g2 critical move, that is giving up the pawn. King d3, king to g3, pawn e2, rook takes e2, king takes e2, king to g4. But white doesn't find it and goes to rook g8, allowing black to go to e2.
Wait a moment. What was the correct move there?
Stopping.
Rook
You mean g2?
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's not easy to find.
Forcing black to go to king to d3, after which you're pushing h5. So rook to g8, a big mistake, a blunder, and e2 is on the board. Rook e8 check, and you can just cut the king with king to f3 as well. But king, well, which one do we have? King to d3 on the board. After rook.
Well, I would just go like
You're not on time, yeah.
Yeah, with black, I'll just go king c4, king d5, right? Getting
Yes.
closer.
King c4, if rook check, king d5, if check, king to c6, if check to d7. So we have seen after check, king d3 on the board. Yeah, king g3 is simply not on time anymore, promotes, takes, so we are likely not to see, any tie breaks on the challengers board, on the challengers tournament. So we have a couple of checks on the board. Check, check, check. So king f3 was on the board. Yeah. So computer dropping completely to the black side. Yeah. King is just going up in case of just check, check, checks. King is just going up.
Wow.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Makon against Ivanchuk as well. He had a winning
Yeah,
game.
I think he'll be working on endgames heavily when he gets back home from the event.
So he lets that promotion to happen. So Makon goes for king to g3, and we have seen promotion. Takes, takes, up. Takes.
King f4 has
King f4 is on the board. He's trying to
You can just play rook to h1, right?
Not necessarily. Black can just
give a check and king f4.
Yes, check, check. The point is rook h1. White can just push this pawn. Yeah. If rook takes, king here, king here, king here. Yeah. Still check happens. King to f6. Yeah. Rook h2, king to g6. The pawn is too advanced. But of course, the same. So we had king g3, rook g1 check, or which one? Yeah. Takes. King was on f4, so king g3 was. So wait a second, do we have a wrong notation as well? It turns out king g2 was written. So yeah, king to g3, queen takes, king to f4.
King f3.
F3?
Yes.
No, look at the board. It's on f4. Yeah, it seems
king f4?
No, I'm just looking at the board, and he's pushing king to g5. Yeah, we have the king to d4, and the king is just chasing the king. Yeah, putting. Wait, king to g5, and we have king to d4, yeah? Wait a second, what happened? Rook is on f1, yeah, so there was rook f1 check, king to g5. It's white's king on e4, black's king went to king e4. And then we have pawn to h5, and Nicholas Theodorou goes for just king to e5, maintaining this position and heading for rook to g1 check next move. Yeah. We have a little bit of wrong notations here. h5, king to e5. Yes, and right now the notation is fixed. So king going to g5, we had king e4, pawn to h5, and king to e5, right on time.
Yeah, not much of the ideas here. One of the ideas you can play is to cellmate your own king, but it's too far. Another idea is that you have to shoulder the king, but it's not possible. So it is clearly winning now for black.
Yeah, Macron has not been very successful in the end games, in the boss games. With Ivanchuk, he played yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 days ago. It goes king g6.
Goes g6, king goes to e6, keeping position, not letting the king to go anywhere. If king to g7, he's trying to play and then get the pawns. The pawn cannot progress anymore if h6, king to g6. That's just winning, and we can see resignation very soon in a couple of moves at most. So he goes pawn to h6.
Just play rook g8,
Yes.
rook g1,
g1.
king h7, king f7.
Yes, and he's kind of holding the pawn on the back. Yeah, Nicholas Theodorou showed very great performance in this tournament and ending with 6.5 points out of 9 after this victory. Very huge difference. The second player with 6 points, Mohamed Balaminov.
Oh, 7 seconds for Macron. He has to make the move.
He goes
on
to
h7.
King f7 is
King f7 anyway.
Yes, because there's h pawn. You don't have to be worried about stalemating your opponent.
If the king goes all the way to h8, then I'll just checkmate on the back rank. But he has to watch out h4 move. Actually, he just played h4.
h4. So yes, in h.
Oh, and we have a handshake.
Handshake.
So that means that in the challengers, we do have a leader without the tie breaks, and this is actually the leader of the tournament. Nicholas Theodorou was mostly leading the event. He scored 6.5 points, followed by Muhyiddin, and then we do have a Vitaly Sivuk and a Vasily Ivanchuk sharing 3rd and 4th places, and the price is quite nice in the challengers. The first place will get $6,000. The second place will get $5,000, and the third place will get $4,000. Let's also check the standings in the futures. We do have
Saparnirat
Atabayev with 6 points. He got the first place, clear first place, and he will get $4,000, followed by Ortik Nigmatov with 5.5 points, and then we have 2 players sharing 3rd and 4th places, Evgeny Alekseev and Klimenty Sichaev. Coming back to the only game in the progress, we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the leader of the event at this point, is facing Praggnanandhaa, and the position is a bit tough.
Yeah, and Abdusattorov gave away his rook right now, you know.
He's trying his best to...
We have seen g6 move by
He was
Pragg.
actually counting on one trick there.
Takes. Yes, king to d3, and then we have rook e8 and rook to g8 check. He's taking, and yeah, if he promotes a queen right away, he will receive a checkmate. King d2 check. Check, king to d1 check, and on the back rank mate. Mate.
So why he gave up the rook was actually very nice. I like that idea because he didn't play a long game, but he tried his best. Instead of king to h7, if black goes king to f8, there's this check,
Rook to e8.
and then you promote with a check.
Yes, and you can go check, and then here you promote with a knight and
Oh,
checkmate.
beautiful checkmate.
Yeah.
So he went for this trick, and
He went for that trick, and we
actually
have
after rook king g7, there's also rook g3. So
yes.
yeah, and here's the way to save the game.
And that's blocking and giving away the queen, so
Yeah.
it wasn't nice.
Yeah, so Pragg played only move there, which
King
still
goes to
remains
h7.
the winning position, king to h7.
And yes, the only piece that Abdusattorov can promote without letting black to go and get the winning game is just promoting to the knight, but the game slowly drops anyways. So he's still calculating queen, and I would say maybe we would see the queen, and we would see this couple of moves, and king going back to f3, and then we're gonna see this check, king to f2, and after this check, maybe, yeah, that's where resignation happens. That's one guess, or maybe after queen to g4. So he will play maybe a couple of moves.
Queen is on the board.
So queen is on the board, yeah, yes. So yeah, he will play until queen to d4 or g4 check, because on the other way he's dropping. So queen takes c4 check. Yes, strong move, but the thing is only logical move that makes sense here. Yeah. And we see resignation immediately.
Oh, wow. He resigns very fast. Well, the tournament has not been ended yet. We do have actually a very exciting part coming up. These two players will go right away to their room
Tie-breaks,
to
yes.
prepare for the tie breaks. We're starting tie breaks in 50 minutes at 4 p.m. local time, and we do have the tie now. The arbiter is informing the players. Maybe they will even find out who will play which color at the
yes.
beginning. They will play 2 blitz games, 3+2.
Yes.
And in case of the tie, we're gonna have the Armageddon, and that's my favorite thing in chess. I love to see Armageddon games. We do have 3 players sharing the first place: Praggnanandhaa, Nodirbek, and Sindarov. You guys, you don't want to miss the most exciting part of the day and of the tournament. We still don't know who will win the Masters tournament and who will take 20,000 USA dollars as the first prize. Join us for the tie breaks. We'll be back soon with more information. We will know also the colors, and we will have 2 blitz games to cover.
Yes.
See you guys soon.
See you soon.